Hey, Bathwater. You love this game? Cool. Now, I should go ahead and make something abundantly clear. I've turned off the music. And the reason for that is... anytime I tried to, make a VOD for any of the Owlcat games, if the music was audible at all, then... nope, claimed you can't post this. We're blocking you. And it got so annoying, I stopped even recording those, because I couldn't put any of them up. So this time, I'm simply not recording, there's simply just not going to be music from the game, because they clearly don't want it online anywhere. So yeah, I have the DLC. I got this game for Christmas, because I wanted it for a while. I'm a big fan of these devs. Just, Yeah, they have this style. They give you control over basically every aspect of combat. Of the difficulty. This is Grim Darkness. Grim Darkness of the far future, there is only war. This mode is the ultimate challenge for the boldest of Lord Captains who want to truly immerse themselves in the world of Warhammer 40k with the highest stakes possible. All decisions, victories, and loss... oh, is it Iron Man mode? Yep, Iron Man mode. They decided to call it Grimdark. Yeah, sure, fair enough. They have that option in everything, though. I think this is the first time I've ever seen, if you beat it, you get a permanent item. Cover rules. Momentum. Okay. We'll just go with normal and not look over too much, unless there's some weird thing that's like, and if this is on, there are 3 encounters you can never win. But I'm pretty sure you can mess with the difficulty basically as much as you want. We're going to custom character, obviously, because we're people. Who uses a pre-built character in a CRPG like this? Cut that out. Sit. I'm hoping this game avoids... there was a very major problem in their Pathfinder games with the portraits, and that was that a lot of the portraits that they gave you for your character would just be used by random NPCs anyways. So there was genuinely a chance you would just run into a clone of yourself in the game. You've been autistically theorizing a build for this game. Well, lay it on me, Bathwater. I think this one. That's kinda... I had a bit of an idea. Actually, let's look at faces. Whoop. That's a nice face.
I'll see you destroyed!
Something of interest.
For the Emperor!
I don't need luck. I have strategy.
And then just been staying up thinking about what you want because you're stupid? Yeah, that's normal, Bathwater.
Blood and mayhem shall be our anthem.
What curiosity unveils itself before me?
Perfect.
Well, there's no daring female. Women can't be daring. Sexist game. 0 out of 10. We gotta cancel it. Sorry, everyone. Yeah, that's Alright, joke over.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Empyrean, take this sacrifice. Ruinous favor prevails.
Lance batteries, volley!
Let's go pragmatism. Now for actual build stuff. Let's see here. We got Death World, Hive World, Forge World, Imperial World, Fortress, or Voidborn. See, on Death Worlds, the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms, inimical to human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Death Worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardiest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young. You get a special feature, Survival Instinct. Once per combat, when wounds of a death character drop below 30%. Alright, what's wounds? That's essentially your hit points. So go below 30%, gain 20% as temporary hit points. They also have 20% chance to dodge and armor while they have at least one temporary wound from any source. That's interesting. Hard to put down. You get your strength, which is your melee damage. Toughness, which is ability to resist debuffs, it looks like, and also your health. Also affects the... Okay, this affects athletics, which is difficult terrain, leap over stuff. Okay, that's fine. Carouse is resist negative effects by poisons and such. Alright. Agility, your quickness, reflexes, and poise. Manipulate delicate explosives with finesse or keep their footing. Improves initiative, dodge, chance, and reaction. Character uses a melee weapon, their dodge reduction is equal to the half of their agility. How much a character reduces enemies' chances... Oh, okay. I was like, dodge reduction. Why would I want that to be higher? Oh, it's how much of the enemy dodge I would ignore if I have that. Okay, so essentially your chance to hit in melee. Also affects demolition, which bombs. Intelligence is how smart you are. For each point, 5% more damage with non-burst ranged area attacks. Ones that aren't burst, which is... so burst fire with a weapon. Also affects your lore... Intelligence affects a bunch of skills, which... Fellowship. Interact, deceive, charm. Find a way to approach a gathering of unsociable servants or effortlessly make deals with treacherous merchants. Helps you talk to people in general and make deals. And you can get these features after Origin Advancement. Whatever that means. 15% critical hit chance against enemies that are bleeding or with less than half health. That sounds pretty good. 10% crit chance, axes, hammers, and las weapons, so you'll be tough and you get lots of crit odds. That's actually pretty good. Wounded. Every injury increases the Death World character's agility and will power by 5. Every trauma counts as 3 injuries. I should probably check. Injury. Falling into a trap or receiving damage that exceeds 50% of their total wounds within 1 round, character will receive a fresh injury. Exact percentage. May vary depending on difficulty. Reduce a character's resolve, which is how much action points you get per turn. If fresh injury is not healed within 3 rounds using a medkit, it will turn into an old injury. Also get rid of the old injury with a medkit, however, healing will require an additional skill check. Okay. All injuries reduce stats. If 3 or more injuries accumulate, they turn into traumas. Number of injuries that cause trauma may vary depending on difficulty. Trauma. Not heal medikit will become trauma. Traumas reduce a character's resolve and inflict an additional negative effect. Depends on the specifics of a particular trauma. Only be removed and fully healed in private quarters of the void ship. Okay, lifetime. Okay, Deathworld characters receive whatever their toughness bonus is, less damage from fire, toxic, and bleeding effects. Cool. Once per combat, if you're stunned, blinded, or immobilized, ignore it and gain a bunch of temporary wounds instead. So, Deathworld seems generally pretty useful. Let's see what some of the other stuff is. Void Born. Humans birthed in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Okay, so you're born in space. Live their lives on void ships become inured to some extent due to the reality-altering process of warp travel and to living in low or zero-gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin pallid. May even have minor deformities or a strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from others. Okay, so born in space near the void. Reroll any failed attack, dodge, parry, characteristic, or skill check with a 20% chance of success. Chance cannot be greater than the base success chance. Additionally, any enemy dodge or parry against a Voidborn character has a 20% chance to fail after a successful roll. So if you fuck up any given roll, you have a 20% chance to succeed instead. That's really cool. So this seems to be really good for characters who want to have a lot of skill points. Hey, willpower. Didn't see this before. Withstand the horrors of the warp, terrors of space, dreadful opponents that are bound to encounter in the Coronis expanse. Exert control over a crowd or interrogate a heretic. Creates a chance of resisting negative mental effects and psychic powers. Oh, nice. But you lose some strength, which is melee damage, which I don't think I want to make a melee character, frankly. Look what I made. I made guy with gun. I want to have gun. Though I wish I could have that cool robot arm in the portrait. I don't have that here. See this other stuff. They score a crit, 10% chance to double it. Okay, I guess. That seems too RNG. Non-damaging ability on an ally grants that ally the ability... Oh, basically just your fortune ability. Cannot be greater than the base success chance. Using a non-damage ability on an enemy gives them... Oh, makes it so that applies to any character instead of just you. Okay, that's pretty cool. 20% chance to survive after suffering lethal damage, getting a wound instead. Or surviving with just one wound. So if you want to just absolutely roll dice for the rest of your life, Voidborn is the way to go. Got more than half your health, all chances of all creatures in a 3-cell radius are increased by 10%. Less, all chances of all creatures in a 3-cell radius are decreased 10%. So if I'm at high health, stay near my allies and they'll have a high chance to do stuff. Or if I were at low health, stay near enemies, they have a low chance to do stuff. Anytime an ability or talent uses the fellowship bonus, which you don't get a bonus to fellowship, so... Or this origin doesn't. Instead use the intelligence bonus if it's higher. Oh, that's why. Voidborn characters can always upgrade intelligence, even if their archetype does not allow it. Ah, that's pretty cool. If I wanted a very high intelligence character just to have a bunch of, like... To have a bunch of lore stuff and... presumably give me lots of skill bonuses. That'd be pretty cool. This would be the way to go. This would make you really hard to kill, this would make you really smart, and have a really high chance to succeed at all sorts of stuff. Hive world. The population is so dense that great swaths of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Lost my place. Hive worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies in vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, and refine fuel for the Imperial Navy. Innumerable regiments of the Asta Militarum are raised from their massive populations as well. So less willpower, more agility and fellowship. You get strength in numbers. They gain +1 plus their fellowship bonus divided by 2 resolve. Which one's resolve? That's how much? Okay, there are 3 or more creatures in a 3-cell radius. And if there's nothing at all, they get a -2 penalty, so... Alright, if there's a bunch of stuff around them, they get to act more. And there's not stuff around them, so for a melee character, this would be... who's going to be surrounded by stuff, this would be pretty good. For a ranged character, probably not. Use their fellowship to pass willpower checks. That would be really good, because they get a bonus to their fellowship and not to their willpower. They have melee superiority, which is... what exactly? Target surrounded by more allies than enemies receives +10 weapon skill bonus for each additional ally. Larger creatures need to be surrounded by more than 2 enemies. Okay, so... yeah. And they don't get as much... okay, his own melee superiority is better, while melee superiority against him is worse. So again, melee character. Oh wait, it actually says here. Bleh. Weapon personalization. All ranged weapons dealing physical damage have... all that. That doesn't seem very good. Like, strength in numbers means they want to be surrounded by stuff. I guess you could surround yourself with allies who are also at range. Start their turn adjacent to an ally. That Hive World character gains 2 MP movement points. Okay. Ends their turn adjacent to allies. They all gain 2 MP. Alright, so that lets them move around a lot. 50% bonus to dodge against the first attack of opportunity every round. That's kind of neat. Forge World. Forge Worlds are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Entire planets seeded for the demands of the vast macro industries. Each is a manufacturing supercomplex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different Forge Worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. They are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing. The bulk of a Forge World's population is utilized as a labor force, whilst the fortunate few may be inducted into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. Forge World characters choose one augmentation system from the following list. Subskin Armor, 5 plus 2 times their toughness bonus % armor. Or half of their agility MP and twice their agility dodge percentage. Or 10 plus their intelligence bonus crit chance. Okay, so there's like further buffs to this. First attack in combat with a plasma, melta, or power weapon deals additional damage equal to intelligence bonus. The remainder of combat, the bonus damage is decreased to half your intelligence bonus. Okay, so still strong. Gain toughness bonus deflection against the burning effect and flame weapons. While wearing heavy armor, Forge World characters gain MP deflection and cannot fall prone. Forge World, gain a stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any target they hit with a single target attack. Critical hits from single target attacks increase the hit chance and dodge reduction by 20%. Use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. So far, I'm kind of liking the Forge World for the character concept I'm going for. Because I kind of want to use guns, because guns are cool. Imperial World is one of the million planets united by the belief in the immortal God Emperor. Hailing from hyper-technological societies to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of humanity and the imperial creed espoused by his servants. The designation Imperial World encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are, nevertheless, part of the Imperium. Imperial World characters can select any characteristic except for weapon skill or ballistic skill and a plus 10 bonus. Weapon skill is... that's melee, and ballistic is gun. Okay, even though guns are still weapons. So you just get a plus 10 to anything rather than what it says. Yeah, Death World has an extra bonus, but also an extra penalty, so I guess that... Death World seems like a min-maxer's heaven. I'm really liking Forge World for gun specificity. Let's see. Imperial World character is affected by an ally's non-damaging ability, or affects an ally with such an ability. The resolve is increased by... what is FEL? Fellowship, right. Half their fellowship bonus for round. Okay, so they can give better buffs. While under 40% wounds, gain 10 bonus to all characteristics and plus 2 resolve. That's really good. Better to die for the Emperor. I imagine if you wanted to be an absolute zealot, you'd want to pick this, because that is fun. Starship Troopers, that's wonderful. I'm doing my part. No other character in the current party has the same archetype as this character. The first archetype ability used in each combat by this character costs 1 less AP. That's interesting. No heresy.
Heresy.
Hero World characters gain hit chance and armor against Xenos or demonic creatures. Their allies gain half the bonuses. Cool. However, Imperial World characters' lore, Xeno, and lore warp are always 0. Okay. No heresy. This seems like, for roleplay purposes, it'd be really fun. All allies, excluding Xenos, in the current party gain 5 to the same characteristic as was chosen for humanity's finest. Wow. I'm pretty okay, that does tell me there will be Xenos allies in this game, which... slight toss-up, but I think I've seen fan art of maybe a Dark Eldar that people are kind of thirsty for. Fortress World. Planets wherein the entire population is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium, a charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress Worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon. Each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, they get 10 stacks of Never Stop Shooting. Alright, so the Never Stop Shooting is, of course, the Imperium's version of Mordaka. Start of their turn, there is a stack of Never Stop Shooting % chance that the first attack this round will cost 0 AP and will not count toward the attack limit per turn. The effect triggers, all the stacks are lost. Wow. They get... okay, what does Perception do? How well perceive their surroundings? Because this is the first one that's had a Perception as a built-in stat for it. So I've not seen that stat until the bottom. High Perception can pick out a stray bolter shell casing in between the day-to-day morass of an underhive, or even tell when someone is being deceitful. Awareness skill and reduces enemy dodge chance. Okay, so Perception seems pretty good. Willpower, they have less Fellowship. Weird. Combat Addict. Fortress World characters gain +7 to Ballistic, Perception, and Willpower while in combat. While out of combat, their intelligence, fellowship, perception, and willpower are decreased by 7. Oh, wow. Okay, this is... Fortress World is what someone who doesn't care about role-playing picks. Like, no, I want bigger number, hit harder. So, most of the Warhammer fandom, I would presume. I'm glad they added something for the rest of them. Each round, Fortress World characters gain a stacking 1% bonus to dodge against range attacks for each shot they made during this round. The range burst attack grants an additional plus 10 stacks and never stop shooting. Okay, that's pretty good. Fortress World characters gain stacks and never stop shooting. Wow, you could really do a never stop shooting build. How rude? Are you espousing being part of the larger part of the Warhammer fandom? Fortress World stacks and never stop shooting equal to half the minimal damage of the most damaging ranged weapon they use this round. Okay. Sarah Mag, Fortress World characters first reload in combat costs 0 AP. Reloading a weapon grants an additional... Man, you... Really, this is all about, I'm gonna have a... If you build with all the talents here, or at least, like, these ones, you can absolutely make a character who's doing an extra attack every round. Just for free. When all stacks of never stop shooting should be lost, they become... is WP. A third of your willpower stacks instead. Oh my god. Fortress World character may upgrade their willpower characteristic even if their current archetypes do not allow. Okay, so this one seems like... If you wanted to build an orc, and you were disappointed you had to make a human, this is how you'd get around that. But I think for how I like to play games, Forge World's where I'm gonna go with. Because there's still some, you know, gunpowder to it. And let's see. Crit chance, dodge, or armor. So, honestly, dodge. Dodge is fun. Now for my origin. That's weird. Let's see, the Astra Militarum, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is primary fighting force of the Imperium, the first line of defense from the myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 41st century. 41st millennium, my mistake, sorry. He served as one of the commanders of an Astra Militarum regiment, commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. Commander and all their allies deal an additional 20 plus twice their perception bonus % damage to enemies that are adjacent to Commander or their allies during the end of the Commander's next turn. Can only be used once per combat. All the Commander's allies also suffer no damage from allies' attacks until... Oh, that'd be really strong. This is a once per combat thing. You get ballistics, which is gun, and perception, which also would help with gun. Get athletics, which is okay. Medicae, which is decent. After origin advancement, get perception, Medicae. Alright, what other stuff? This isn't really, like, lore-wise what I'm going for, I don't think. Let's see here. Under the Regimental Tactics effect, that's this. Single target melee, range, and area attacks gain dodge reduction, parry reduction, and cover penetration. Alright, you're gonna hit. So this is all about being adjacent to enemies, but it also gives you gun bonuses. And, like, it even... accounts like, oh, you and your allies don't take damage from each other if this is active. So you want to get in the middle of this, activate this, and then set off all your AoEs on top of yourself, which, to be fair, that is exactly how the Astra Militarum usually works. It's get in close and hold them back so when we glass the entire planet, they can't dodge it. The difference here is this has protection for the people who are on the front lines, and that's not a typical Imperium ability. Timer Rescue. While the Astra Militarum commander is under the Regimental Tactics effect, killing an enemy adjacent to any ally grants that ally an additional 10 momentum. Wow. Every time the commander uses a heroic act, 5 to all their characteristics until the end of combat. Alright. Adjacent to any ally, commander deals an additional plus 10 plus your perception bonus % damage to all enemies adjacent. Okay, so that just expands your thing. This one's probably not for me. Oh god, a commissar. This is gonna be Astra Militarum, but you actually kill your friends. That's just what commissars are. Commissars of the Officio Prefectus are ruthless officers charged with maintaining the morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of their Astra Militarum regiment. Used to be one of these faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of Imperium authority, regarded with a mix of fear and awe by their subordinates. At all costs. Next single shot or single target melee attack applies the following effects. If it's an enemy target, target becomes marked. The ally who kills the marked target gains an extra turn after their current one with 2 AP and 4 MP. Or you can shoot your own friend, like I was friggin' saying, and give all your allies extra AP and MP for a round. Oh my god, they actually put in you have to kill off your friends. Well, not have to, you have the choice to, at all costs, kill this thing. Whoever kills it gets to live, or whatever. Oh, of course they get a friggin' bonus coercion. The ally is under the effects of at all costs. That ally suffers 50% damage, but gains an extra AP and MP. That doesn't seem worth it. A commissar is adjacent to an enemy. All their allies gain half your fellowship bonus in resolve. Anytime grants additional movement points, they give +2 more. That's really strong. Commissar kills the target with at all costs. They can use at all costs once more this combat for 0 AP. Notice it says the target. It is so if you kill your friend, that means you can literally trade an ally to then use it on an enemy target also. Or kill off an ally, buff all your other allies, and then use it again immediately. Or wait, because it's an extra use and it costs nothing. And for the Emperor, of course, when momentum is less than 100 points, at all costs grants 20 plus twice your fellowship bonus momentum upon killing the marked enemy or targeting an ally. Alright. Crime Lord. I'm a fan of crime. The Imperium survives and prospers in no small part due to the narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours cannot be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that wind behind the facade of the Imperium society offer a dangerous refuge for those unwilling to bow to the law. You used to be one of these dangerous yet resourceful individuals. Gains plus intelligence bonus stacks of the Surefire Plan effect. Activation of this ability consumes a stack and makes the next action stronger depending on the type of action. You attack, you deal 10 plus your perception bonus % damage. If you move, you gain 10 plus your perception % dodge and parry. Non-damage, the enemy, on an enemy, that enemy suffers minus 10 plus your intelligence bonus penalty. And you can do this multiple times a turn. That's kind of interesting. So it buffs weapon skill, which is melee, and I don't want to use melee. I want to shoot gun, be cool. You know? Get some awareness and logic. You get perception awareness even more. Hammers at war? Hey, casually vintage. We're still in character creation because there's so much to learn about this system. Because unlike in Pathfinder, this is a whole new system, I think. Actually, is this based on the Rogue Trader, like, TTRPG system they let out? Maybe it is. I'm not too familiar with that one. I've looked at it before, though. See, bonus damage of Surefire Plan is increased by twice your Wisdom bonus. Is that Wisdom? No, weapon skill. So, swords. Ugh. Kill at least one enemy with the attack restores a stack. Bonus to dodge and parry from Surefire is increased by twice your agility bonus. Dodging or parrying at least one attack by the start of the next round restores a stack. Cool. Enemy affected by Surefire Plan also suffers 10 plus twice your perception penalty, percent penalty to dodge and parry. So their turns, Crime Lord has no stacks of Surefire Plan. They gain +1 stack. That seems pretty strong. Once per combat, if the Crime Lord has at least 1 stack of Surefire Plan, they do not die from lethal damage. Oh. Instead, they heal 5 times their stacks of maximum wounds, lose all stacks, and can no longer gain Surefire Plan stacks. Oh, okay. That was the side effect. First of all, it's once, and it eats all of them. And then Contingency Plan stops working. Ministorum Peace. Priest, sorry. The Ecclesiarchy, known formerly as the Adeptus Ministorum, is a vast institution that oversees the galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. The Ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity ensure the prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviancy. You used to be one of those fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping close watch on your congregation. Their ability is WARHAMMER. Twice your... I keep forgetting. Willpower. That's willpower, yeah. Gain momentum equal to twice your devotee's willpower. This is a devotee. Also grants an additional willpower bonus momentum for each enemy that's either in a 5-cell radius around the devotee or was hit by the devotee this turn. What are devotees? They get, of course, they get Lore Imperium. Toughness and willpower and Medicae, I guess. All enemies in the area effect of WARHAMMER or Furious Recital. What's Furious Recital? See WARHAMMER, I don't see Furious Recital anywhere. Gain a stack of the Disturbed effect, which is a penalty to their willpower or fellowship tests. Or, I feel like that should be and, or does the stack disappear if it's used? Or do I have to pick every time I inflict a stack? Enemies adjacent to the devotee gain 2 stacks of Disturbed instead. All demons in the area effect suffer damage equal to the momentum restored to the devotee while using this ability. Ah. Devotee gains 4 times will. This is very much a support thing for sure. 4 times willpower bonus percent armor against attacks of demons and warp damage. Resolve is also permanently increased by half the willpower. Ooh. The Emperor protects. Love the lines you know. Devotee gains a willpower bonus percent chance to ignore any enemy attack. Wow. Build full willpower and you'll be crazy strong. Or whoever the devotee is. Is it you? Like... I guess they use devotee instead of calling you Ministorum Priest every time, but that's a little confusing at first. Melee, flame, and melt attacks against daemons and psychers deal an additional twice your willpower damage and gain 6 times willpower percent armor penetration. Such attacks against Xenos get, okay, half as much on Xenos as on demons. Not really the flavor I'm going for. Navy officer, look at that hat. By God. The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars, and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. Used to be a Navy officer and a commander of a void ship, hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. Let's see. Brace for impact. For 1 round, the officer and their allies in a 3-cell radius gain +2 deflection for each archetype taken by the Navy officer. They also cannot be forcefully moved or over-penetrated. Now, the Navy is probably the most normal branch of the Imperium, because they're just a Navy. They're not a commissar who will just shoot an ally to encourage all their other subordinates to fight better. They're not the Astra Militarum who are designed to be shot in the head by their own allies to make all of them better. They're not the Ministorum. They're not that zealous. The Navy is honestly just soldiers who didn't get as short an end of the stick, frankly. Ooh, they get demolitions. That's neat. See, all allies affected by Brace for Impact do not suffer the negative effects of melee superiority for the entire combat. Oh, nice. You can't really be surrounded. All allies affected by Brace for Impact suffer only half damage from all attacks of opportunity. So this kind of keeps your team safe. You could use this, you could kind of make a decent tank and, like, make your whole team a lot more defensive with a Navy officer. All allies affected by Brace for Impact gain cover penetration. Also permanently gains cover penetration. Wow. Allows a Navy officer to use any ranged weapon in threatened areas, knocks enemies prone, and pushes them 1 cell away during the effect. Oh, not bad. Get off me. Yeah, like I said, the Navy, if you are in the Imperial Navy, you're probably doing a lot better than some of the other branches are doing. Again, to cover. All allies affected by Brace for Impact gain an extra turn, 0 AP and 3 MP, increase their cover efficiency by 20%. Okay, so this, generally, that is, give your entire party a chance to run the hell away and get back into cover after being all up in this. Okay, that's very interesting. Only use movement abilities, heroic acts, or desperate measures during this extra turn. Of course, you can't attack during it, it's just move, move, move. Noble. Alright, we're gonna go back to sucking. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected their obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty. You serve me. Noble assigns 1 ally who will become their servant until the end of combat. Anytime the noble's abilities affect the servant gains +5 to all characteristics until the start of the noble's next turn. Wow. Anytime the servant attacks a target the noble dealt damage to last turn, the servant gains an extra crit chance. Okay. So Noble is really funny because this is a support class that if you were playing this at a table with other people, they would all hate his guts, but he would probably be the most useful part of the team. And that's really funny. You, do something. All of these start with you. That is great. Noble uses an ability on their servant. The servant gains an extra AP. Does not stack with itself. You, protect me. The noble and the servant are adjacent to each other at the start of the noble's turn. They both gain temporary wounds, hit points, equal to servant's tough bonus or noble's fellowship bonus, whichever is higher. You, go on. +2 movement points every turn. You, kill it. The servant kills the target the noble dealt damage to last turn. The noble gains +1 AP next turn. You're next. If the servant has less than 30% health, the noble can use you, serve me, once more in battle, designating a new servant and removing the effect from the previous. You can replace them. The noble cannot designate a character who already was their servant this combat. Oh, that's not once. You can do that as many times as you want to. Oh my god. And Sanctioned Psyker. Psykers are feared and distrusted, but are nonetheless valuable assets to the Imperium. The role of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found to possess psychic abilities. The most powerful who somehow survive the rigorous sanctioning rituals are selected to serve on the battlefield. The mind of a sanctioned psyker is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by wielders of warp powers. You are one of those found worthy to serve humanity and have miraculously survived the perils of the warp. Note, damaging psyker powers count as weapon attacks, counting towards the normal attack limit per turn, gaining all the benefits of abilities and talents, increasing the damage of attacks. For example, a soldier using running gun will be able to use damaging psyker powers twice per turn, and an operative's analyze enemies ability affects the damage of psych. Sanctioned psykers have reduced chances to trigger psychic phenomena. Character is a psyker, albeit a weak one. So, I actually did hear a little bit. Apparently, if you play as a psyker, you just get access to way more, like, story content in a lot of places than if you're anything else. Which makes sense in theory, but at the same time, yeah, you get all these different abilities, talents. I'm not going to look too much at this, because I don't think I want to play a psyker. I think I've basically decided Crime Lord is where I'm going to go, because Surefire Plan seems fun. Especially once I can pick up Contingency Plan, and then you can just use it every single turn. Triumph. So, somewhere I succeeded in the past. You managed to corrupt an entire star system and turn it into your personal den of thieves. Gain extra logic. Rational arguments more convincing allows them to notice any logical inconsistencies in other people's words. Also, it helps to operate cogitators more efficiently. May give access to new dialogue options. Illustrious Glory. You stripped an ecclesiarchy cardinal of a priceless treasure that had been kept in one of the most secure sanctums of the Adeptus Ministorum. Get some Imperium lore. Meh. Or Feat of Greatness. You prevailed in a bloody shadow war against the void pirates of your sector. To get logic. Something of a heroic. A dashing rogue, if you will. A traitor who would rogue things. I don't know what I'd call something like that. Yeah, these apply the same modifier, but it'd just be like, you own a system, or you wipe the pirates out of your system. Wipe the pirates. And then a Darkest Hour. Grim Portents. An inauspicious deal with the wrong people resulted in the rise of a chaos cult and the horrific massacre of innocents. You were arrested and thoroughly interrogated using creative and violent methods. Rouse is resist poison, stimulators, and alcohol and stuff. Turn your partners into the authorities and became known as a traitor. Let's say I got caught at one point. Now, archetypes. You can only choose one of the first-tier archetypes at this moment. Archetypes are development paths that your characters follow. Each archetype encapsulates a unique set of skills and expertise and represents a specific combat specialization, from the frontline warrior to the indispensable leader, preferring to command from the rear. Choose who you want to be in the grim dark future of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. Let's see. Combatants boasting exceptional melee, not interested. Officers use their willpower and fellowship to improve the combat capabilities of their allies. Meh. Intelligence and perception to find and exploit weaknesses in an enemy's defenses. None can withstand an attack from an operative. Soldier is a master of all ranged weapons, quickly able to assume an advantageous position from where they stand ready to rain fire on the enemy. Well trained in a highly diverse range of arms, a soldier is particularly proficient at blasting their targets with burst fire and area weapons. Movement, range attacks, cover and dodge, burst fire areas. I do want to gun things. Running gun. 2 plus half your agility, or 2 plus your agility halved MP. Next attack costs -1 AP less and does not count toward the attack limit per turn. At the end of the next turn, the soldier becomes winded. While winded, the soldier suffers penalty to ballistic skill and cannot use run and gun. Revel in Slaughter. Immediately removes the winded effect. Till the end of combat, the soldier gains the following bonuses. 10 ballistic skill. 5 plus twice your agility, crit damage. And agility bonus crit chance. Ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. So if I want to be doing kills myself. And then you have Firearm. They're both called Firearm Mastery for ultimate abilities. Number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least AP. These attacks do not spend AP. Blade Dancer seems to be all that. Let me look at Operative real quick. Soldier seems more simple, but... Intelligence, Perception, find and exploit weaknesses in an enemy's defense. Targets 1 enemy within line of sight, immediately gains 1 plus intelligence bonus, halved exploits. Out of hits a target with an exploit stack, the attack deals 5 times perception bonus % more damage. Not bad. Also increase 10% for each exploit on the target. Okay, the attack removes all exploits from the target. Alright, so that's kind of cool. Removes all exploits from the target, decreasing dodge, parry, and armor by fucking a lot. 15 plus your exploits bonus. 15 plus the exploits removed times a third of your perception until the start of the operative's next turn. Reduce their armor to 0, removes only half the exploits from the target. Oh, cool. And then Dismantling Attack. Immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat, then makes a free attack against the target. That attack always hits. Wow. Till the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers penalty to dodge and to armor. You can actually get it with both weapons, and you can dual wield. I think Operative is kind of in line with what I'm going for. And I can build it into something later. Oh, wow. Analyze enemies. Start of each turn, the operative inflicts a stack of the exploit effect on all enemies in the operative's line of sight. Hit an enemy with an exploit stack. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I think Operative sounds fun. Now, characteristics. My fellowship's not amazing, but it ain't what I'm going for. I want better gun. Like, it gave me weapon skill for reasons I'll never understand. I guess I can use it. What gave me this? Crime Lord gets it for some reason. I don't know. But ballistic. Strength isn't too important. Toughness, I'm okay. Let's up intelligence and perception, because those really get ya. And then I could do one more thing. I can't up... Yeah, you can only up something by up to 10, so I could... Well then, no matter what else I up... This... I'll give this a +5, because I need this. Being from a Forge world makes me a little tougher. Yeah, you know what? Let's bring agility up, because I have a bunch of stuff that has to do with that. Intelligence gives me a bunch of skills pretty high. My persuasion's not great, but that's fine. Alright. I have a Void Ship. The Sword-class frigate is a classic Void Ship design, proven in thousands of battles, combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. Estimated dimensions, 1.6 kilometers in length, 0.3 kilometers abeam at the fins, approximately. Estimated tonnage, 6 megatons, approximately. Estimated number of souls, 26,000, approximately. The Von Valancius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged, yet reliable in extreme conditions. Flagship's size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders and for hunting the countless pirates, xenos, and heretics. Motherfucker, get out of my chat. Let me just report that real quick. At this point, I probably should pick up Seribot to deal with those for me. Sorry. Heretics in the Cornus Expanse. Numerous Von Valancius rogue traders have acknowledged the exceptional performance of this vessel, and, with a few minor updates, the flagship has continued to faithfully serve the Von Valancius dynasty. Let me actually look at some of these stats. Speed. The ship's speed. Speed determines the number of VMP void movement points. So, movement points for space combat. There's space combat, cool. They always did have, like, a second combat mode in these. Space combat is hopefully cooler than army combat was in Wrath of the Righteous and Kingmaker, honestly. I was never a huge fan of that, and I think I turned it off when I did try to stream Kingmaker. Flagship, their personal ship, pride of the Von Valancius dynasty. Maneuverability. Determines how many cells a ship must pass before it can turn. Ooh. Wrong kind of turn, it's marking there. 45 degrees. Higher ship's maneuverability rating, the fewer cells it must travel. That's interesting. Scattered, poorly explored region on the frontier of the Imperium, full of fearsome xenos, treasure, heathen worlds, and the echoes of ancient doom. Ah, yes. We need to name our ship. Da-da-da. You know what? I think I know exactly what to name a vehicle. Nah. That was actually... Emma is the name of a boat from a thing. Don't worry about it. I think that's actually too dumb even for me. Let's go with... This is easier. The White Ship. Forge World, Crime Lord. Heard. Beat of Greatness. Shadow of Torment. And I got surefire plans. I actually have a huge logic bonus. So if anyone starts trying to fuck with me, I'm gonna notice it. And I'm good at fucking with them in turn. Of course we need a different name. Ignatius. Oop. Ngoth. Duh. What other name would I possibly have? And I do have the DLC for this game. Figure I enable that. Why not? So yay, only an hour in, we can finally get into the game. Who's ready? Clearly not the game, it's taking a minute to load. Here we go. Here we go, go. Oh, who's that? I know it's not the God Emperor. Not nearly buff enough. Same with that other guy. Hey, what it is?
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Ooh. They got voice acting for sure. Conrad Voigtvir. Voigtvir? The Emperor of Mankind, God Emperor, the guide, the ruler, and the higher power to which humanity offers their prayers for aid and deliverance. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. Truly awe-inspiring, such excess can be tiring. All this ostentatious luxury, this laughable pretense, is enough to make one think that the architects meant to compensate rather than to glorify. Have we met? You have a particular reason for disturbing me? It's like, nah, I can't help but feel like they were fucking about here.
An interesting perspective. However, allow me to offer you a bit of advice. In the interests of your own well-being, you should frame your thoughts with greater piety. Demonstrating such a lack of care when choosing your words might be viewed by certain people as evidence of insufficient trepidation before the God Emperor, the master of humanity.
What part of the architects were stroking their own egos instead of glorifying the God Emperor was unclear with what I just fucking said. I criticize the architects of this place, nothing more. Or? Prefer to serve by acting, not speaking. Thank you for your advice. Do not show deference for things I do not believe in myself. That's gonna get you killed in the goddamn Imperium. You seem to attach much importance to words. I have a fondness for names. I have yet to hear yours.
My apologies. The statements you made were so intriguing that I forgot myself. Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtvir, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship rogue trader Theodora von Valencius. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
A rogue trader, subject of the Imperium with a unique hereditary title. A rogue trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. My name is Ungoth.
My regards, Master. Or should I say, von Valencius, scion of a blessed rogue trader house in the service of the Imperium. Perhaps this kinship came as a shock to you. Understandably so, given that all evidence of the connection was lost in the generations separating you and Lord Captain Theodora. It required no small effort on the part of a ladyship's servants to discover and verify this blood tie, which has now made you one of the heirs of this dynasty.
Ooh. Okay. So, turns out, just way back, I'm related to a rogue trader. Which means they might bring me in. Miss Stepmama Hot Toddy, what'd you miss? I finished making my character. And then I criticized the interior decorating of this ship, said, feels like they were trying to stroke their own egos rather than bring glory to anyone in particular. He's like, that sounds blasphemous. Fuck you. The Imperium. Oh, also I banned a bot trying to sell views. Don't worry about that. Galaxy-spanning interstellar human empire ruled by the living god who is known as the Emperor of Mankind. Let's see. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Yeah, and the thing is, buying viewers, that's one, it's gonna get your channel shut the fuck down. Because Twitch can tell. They've put a lot of money into making sure they can tell. If it worked, then why the absolute fuck would all the top streamers not just do that? And two, of course, you're not gonna do anything. You're really not gonna get anything. Because having viewers, I mean, if you have lots of viewers consistently, and maybe they do, they don't, you can genuinely tell most of the time. Because there is a certain, like, the thing about those view bots is they never interact in chat, which means you really can, like, you genuinely can, like, look and compare their chat. Number doesn't matter if nobody's home. Yeah, no. Like, your view number isn't gonna matter, because as soon as you... And inevitably, they're always gonna try to get, affiliate. And as soon as they try to pick up the affiliate, Twitch is going to have an actual person look at their numbers, and it'll be like, that's bots. And then they just shut your channel down. Lord Captain? Strange title for the Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
And Lex Imperialis, Codex of Imperium Laws. Ah. You say I am one of the rogue trader's heirs. I'll send Jeff Bezos to smite thee? Yeah, that's how it goes. There is another candidate?
There is. And you will meet him soon enough.
Tell me about the one on whose ship I have found myself.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back. Especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Yeah, they usually, it's not all gonna be voice acted. it's gonna be for, like, major stuff. They'll have voice... Oh, wait. Can I... That was weird. What was that about? Why did it, like, briefly flash up, but then not stay? Oh, hover over this, and you can look at their portrait better. This is the guy we're talking to. It's not all voice acted, but just because there's like actual novels worth of text in these Owlcat games. Yes. Why am I aboard this vessel? Also, warrant of trade. Sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy. Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality
This
as
is a
quickly
very
as possible.
This is already a very well-written opening, because while I have some relatively surface-level knowledge of Warhammer, like, I have a basic idea of how the world functions. If you didn't, this guy could introduce you very quickly to the core concepts, like, don't criticize the God Emperor, ever. Don't criticize something the God Emperor approved of building, either. That's basically the same thing. Assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
That works for me. Left mouse to move around.
I know how to take risks.
Alright, there's no way to lock it to him, it looks like, so... Looks like I'll have to WASD my way through. Camera controls, and you can rotate with this, or the mouse wheel. The mouse wheel doesn't rotate, it zooms in and out. Liar. Liar. Interactable objects. Interacted with in a special way, marked with specific icons. Study objects, transfer the character to neighboring locations, or launch a small event. Visible when your character is standing close enough to the interactable object. Icon to perform it. Tab to highlight. Massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood, a resource of incredible value aboard a void ship. Avoid a board ship. I, for one, avoid board ships. Sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reference. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above the cogitators. You can make out references to unfamiliar systems and worlds among the numbers and logisticar symbols. Alright, yeah, generally if there's technomets at something, don't fuck with it. Let them do their thing, or they're just gonna take longer. A candlelit altar with a copy of the 2,348th volume of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium. Whoop.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms.
How many
Perhaps
laws?
you would like to take
A
look
lot,
around
although it is enough to
your
fit in a
audience
book,
with
so
the
it can't
Lord
be that
Captain.
much. And I imagine a lot of the laws are up to interpretation.
What's happening?
Ooh, that's not good.
Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
2,148 books at least? Well, that's the... yeah, something like that. Maybe I misread. Ah, not again. You've been ambushed, the battle begins. Survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. These hints and tutorials will familiarize you with the combat system. The button at the top of the screen to start the battle.
Die!
Ooh. Dead as mud. Ooh, dead as mud. All battles in the game are turn-based and take place on a grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Okay, so this is actually grid-based instead of relatively freeform like the Pathfinder ones were. Select a cell within the highlight area and double-click on it to move the character there. Movement points determine how far a character can move on their turn. 1 MP corresponds to 1 cell in the battlefield. Move diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 MP. Okay, so it's diagonal once, it's 1 MP, but diagonal a second time, that one costs 2, so it's 3 total. Beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be cancelled. To make attacks and use abilities, character must spend action points. Total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Every attack or ability has a certain AP cost associated with it. Number of squares next to the icons of attack actions and other abilities indicates their AP cost. Start of each character's turn, their AP are restored to their maximum value. Left click single shot icon over the enemy. Tooltip will show your chances. Click on them to fire. Damage depends on the parameters of the weapon they're using. Effectiveness of the shot depends on the distance. Target an enemy with a single shot, you'll see 2 areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum firing ranges. Certain abilities in the game are considered attack actions, can only be used once per turn unless affected by specific talents or other abilities a character might have. Character performs an attack action, they'll not be able to attack again and will lose their remaining movement points until the start of the next turn. Well then. Okay. Ah, poor bastard. Glad it's so busy killing off all the crew rather than us. Oh, come on. I just got really unlucky. Characters just missed. I fucking noticed. Increase hit chance, equip with a decent weapon, and place them on a vantage point. Fuck it. This isn't even the first time I've missed. What happened to only 1 attack action per turn?
Death to the heretics!
Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' ability to perform attacks with ranged weapons. Pistols and shotguns are an exception to this rule. They can be fired at point-blank range. Okay. Scarcely believe it on a day
What
like this.
suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here.
Yeah.
I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Without taking his eyes off the bodies on the floor, Voigtfeuer removes the Voxcaster from his belt and speaks a few quick orders into the device, then he turns to you. Piece of technology used to communicate over short distances or to record sound.
I'm afraid I must remain here.
No one is allowed to enter the
Theodora's
premises.
safety, I have
Stations.
to
The
oversee the
service.
execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
Yeah, figure it out. Wires in the servitor's head are still smoldering. It seemed the cause of this malfunction was the short-circuiting of the motive force. Tarantula sentry gun constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construct in the manufactorums of Kiava Gamma. And open my map with M. Got it. Lehman Russ battle tank, reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of whcih. Lehman Russ. There's all sorts of lore stuff. Violet alloy, which upon closer examination turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible on the surface. Black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. Massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. Stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue, as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock. Strange object that resembles sea coral. The porous surface is pitted, a sign that it had been underwater.
Keep your wits about you.
Gray-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact. Hang on, I'm gonna turn voices down slightly because of how fucking loud that was. You raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priest for servitorization. This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of House von Valancius's valor will be displayed here at some point in the future. Well, I'm sure it will.
I always keep my options open.
Grand Void Ship Temple occupies the entire space below the officer's deck and is lit by countless candles and lumens. Cool. Actually played a little cutscene for it. Place is over 1.5 kilometers big. Makes sense everyone wouldn't panic just because something happened in one spot.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
Survey the room a little. Your first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. And then you can guess what implants are. Mechanical or electronic cybernetics substitute for biological limbs or organs. Nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted with a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valancius's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Next to the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth, bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Your character's skills reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. Such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed, or a hidden dialogue option will unlock. Your character is traveling with allies. The party member with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive skill test. Now let's see. These were basically guaranteed. Let's see. Xenos lore would say these spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. First verify if that is indeed the case and if the population of Ion 6 engages in Xeno worship. Or lore warp. There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Ion 6 is witchcraft or not. Might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us the answer. Could say if my particular life experiences are any indication, some of the natives would eagerly betray their chieftains in exchange for a quiet life serving on board my ship. Then leave dealing with Ion 6 to those who know it best. Ports of spirits certainly sound like evidence of heresy. However, I would put my interests first no matter what means I would have to use. The riches of Ion 6 would be mine. Must be purged. Honestly, could be name for dangerous aliens. Verify it first.
Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
In theory, but best to check before going forward. At least a base one.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence.
I gave a straight answer to a simple question, which, as I understand, was still more than you could do, Edelthrad.
Insolent, ignorant upstart. How dare you?
Absolutely shit-talk him.
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this
It's
ship.
like, she asked me a question, I answered. I don't think you've been able to give an answer.
About the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
Kiss ass.
So, why are you here?
I do not know just yet. I hope you will clarify that.
Clarity. A luxury that few of us can afford. There is a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance.
Yeah.
This, however, is
Alright,
one
if I
such
go out of the window, we
opportunity.
stop hearing sound. I wanted to go out for a sec to check something, but I shouldn't do that.
My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all.
Damn. That's crazy.
It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing.
Sweet.
And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
One of? Does this mean there are other heirs?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Ethelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate.
The fact he lacks a character portrait leads me to believe he will not be important.
Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Conrad Voigtveer served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours.
True.
Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voigtveer's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now?
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
Basically, you have 5 minutes. Tell me what you... Ask me what you want to ask. What are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb.
Okay.
It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Ethelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Where is your ship headed, currently?
The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals.
Ooh.
Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
I have the feeling, like, she'd be like, don't brown nose me, you little shit. If you were like, gracious Lord, Captain. Like, no. I generally know what these mean. Like, translation means going back from warp into real space, because you gotta warp to get around. And a navigator is a person who navigates. Well, not a person necessarily, but... I presume you already know, but just to be certain, an incident did take place on the officer's deck.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on
maybe
us
you
in
didn't know.
spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora.
Oh, this
for the
guy
God
has a
Emperor's
portrait.
sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This
Oh,
ship
how
is
fun.
thousands of years old. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
Fair enough. If you know, this thing is older than the country I'm currently in, so there's gonna be ghost stories about it. That's just how existence works. Cogitator, any type of digital computer in the Imperium of Man. I have no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to...
Ooh.
Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Oh, damn. Might be spreading. Oh, shit. All Cabans act in turns. Their order is determined by an initiative roll. Order of turns is displayed on the top left, on the bottom. You've been ambushed, the battle begins. Kill them.
Touch me!
Reduced to dust! My ears are ringing.
Ooh.
Break them around. For the glory.
Boom.
Imperium! Death to non-believers! Out of my way!
Ow! God damn it. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that a character can hide behind are marked with a shield or a shield with a skull. Standing close to them, the character will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemies' attacks will hit the cover and not the character behind them increases. Character will now receive a bonus if attacked from a side not protected by their current cover. Shot. Landed a critical hit that deals increased damage equal to their crit damage stats. 150% of their normal damage by default. Certain talents and abilities increase it. Certain weapons have their own crit damage stat. Sure enough.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Chaos guides me!
I've suffered worse.
Ooh, damn. Okay, with this, like, slowdown when effects are showing up, I might have to turn some stuff down.
Die!
Or maybe that only happens when things die, and I don't need to worry about it. Let me understand you. I see. Then in that case, I'll shoot you.
Your end was inevitable.
Temporary positive effect from an ally. Capabilities in some way. Effect you gain. Hover your cursor over the effect's icon. 50 ballistic skill until the end of combat. Wow.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Look out.
There we go.
Mort,
You told me to kill
take
them,
a
and I
team
did.
with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh?
Meh.
Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
But it's happening.
From what we have seen, I can speculate that we are dealing with some variety of madness induced by warp travel. Such episodes are not uncommon among voidsmen who have found themselves outside the boundaries of real space, though such episodes seldom spill onto other decks.
You sure that's the problem, then?
The casters are not working, or have been sabotaged. Either the warp is toying with us, or someone went to great lengths to cut the ship's communications. I will need a direct channel to the
I wonder who
engine
could have
seer
done
prime
that.
before I can get a sense of what we are up against. Whatever it may be, keep your weapons at the ready. I imagine it will be some time before we no longer need them.
Incident with the rampaging servitors may be connected.
Possibly. Quite likely. We will investigate at a later time. Right now, we need to isolate the affected compartments and try to assess the situation.
Orders.
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Understood. Concern the disrupted communication with the Navigator's Sanctum. We should have already approached the translation point and proceeded to real space. Yeah, that's probably not good. Inventory... Journal. Under attack by an unknown enemy, so Arch-Militant Mort is left to clear the way to the lift leading the upper decks. The officer has not returned yet, so it's time to find out the cause of the delay. Now with the riot, when I have a look at the Logisticar's reports, need to understand what happened on the decks during the warp jump and the preparations preceding it. Massive metal structure never stops moving for a moment. Light bounces off the orbits and figures representing celestial bodies. Concerned about the disrupted communication, we should have already approached the... Okay, they're just saying that over and over again. Sure, why not? Damn. Oh, glad that's not my job. This way, maybe? Keep firing, you oafs. No cowering and no hiding. You see the traitor, you kill the traitor. Heretic's body is riddled with holes. An improvised single-shot gun lies smoking in his hand.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Yes, that is suspicious.
Mort, pull yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Alright.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
Who the hell would mutiny in the middle of the warp?
Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable.
Point taken.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once.
Her expression changes as her eyes flash ominously. Oh dear.
Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with
fuck,
improvised
that's
weapons.
right. Wait, he's that teched out and he's a psyker? What an idiot.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle.
I'm sorry, the what now?
Side. Arch-militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
There's a Sister of Battle? There's an Adeptus Sororitas on board the ship. Now that helps our chances a lot, actually.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed arch-militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I hear and obey.
Then move out! Mort, come.
That's what you're supposed to say. He's good at telling people he's good at talking to people how they want him to. He understands what pisses people off and how to avoid it. She seems to have some regard for...
Are you ready to head to 18?
It is rules, a long walk, so...
And you do not even have proper gear.
I'll make do.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Why not? Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle, and you are consumed by unbearable gut-wrenching pain. The hell are you talking about? Promised you a special destiny, Ungoth. It is time to fulfill it. You son of a fuck. Yeah, no, he's the traitor, as was foreshadowed almost 12 seconds ago. It's really not surprising when they have someone point out that his timing is impeccable here. Ah. Alright, what the fuck was that?
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the warrant chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
What there, you two-faced scum. You are the one behind this mayhem?
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
You know what? Fuck this guy. What is it, inbred? Is your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
Ooh, I'm coercive. What sorry, pathetic excuse do you even have for your apostasy, you sordid, wretched piece of grok shit?
Wretched? What do you know about wretchedness? Theodora's cur. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty?
Blind.
Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can
Gods,
rot.
plural.
I no longer
Ooh,
serve
this guy's gone.
mortal kind.
Hey, I'm a criminal, but I still serve the goddamn God Emperor. Did I say goddamn? Yeah, whatever.
Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Fon Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
Righteous. You used that word, but I can't help but think you don't know what it is. The blade flashes in the dim light and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous, your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Get out! I am not your puppet! The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gates looming in the center of the chamber. You were wounded by the corrupted weapon, which led to a warp entity invading your mind. Ooh. So I pissed him off, so he stabbed me. The available dialogue options requires making a skill test. Unlike with passive tests, which are made automatically, in this case you can decide whether or not to select an option, the consequences of which will depend on the result of the associated test. Successes or failure affects how the dialogue develops. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation, alter the character's attitude, or perform an action whose consequences will only become apparent later. However, your cursor over the dialogue option that requires a skill... Oh, hover. I keep saying however. I was like, what the fuck? Hover your cursor, you'll see a tooltip. Number of skills name indicates the difficulty. Once your character starts traveling with allies, a party member with the highest score in the applicable skill will be selected for each test. The difficulty modifier... I guess that's only for right now because I'm alone. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up the two ember-like irises. Mindless cybernetic drones created from a fusion of human flesh and robotic technology used to carry out simple manual tasks. Tech use test succeeded. Carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotech relic. Incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. Ooh. The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Voigtvir wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Look for a weapon. You look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Place your hand. Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. Few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. Oh god, does my hand have to stay in this gross thing's mouth the whole time? Sentinel's jaws remain closed and you're beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do you any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Oh, sweet.
There is still another way.
So this had a built-in, like, backup for if someone's coerced into opening the thing. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade, and bestow upon them and their dynasty the great mission to be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the roads of thorns, through pain to greatness. Ooh.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
I need a weapon. I am utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
Servo skull goes silent. Its relay's clicking. Second after second passes and you realize that the servo skull will not answer you. Need to contact someone.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Voxmaster, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact
Place of the mechanical screeching, the servo skull's vox projects the voice of Theodora von Valancius, distorted and ridden with static, yet still recognizable beyond a doubt.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
Alright, let's get this over with. What the fuck is happening?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Lead me away from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units, calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Works for me. As the game's story unfolds, you'll see notifications at the top of the screen, about my journal. I've already had to open it before. And let's seal the chamber just to be, gotta make sure. Ah, that's not fucking good. Neither is that.
Run, fools, or fall!
Ooh, that is good, though. Oh! Chopped him in fucking half. Abelard.
Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne, preserve me. What is the meaning of this?
Arcane cybernetic artifact that encases the God Emperor's physical remains entire, and preserves them using stasis fields and psi fusion reactors. Yeah, that's the throne. Conrad Voigtfear is a traitor. We parted ways on the officer's deck. He stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
Intended to take revenge on Theodora for something. Trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor. I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Unquestionably.
Saints' blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized.
Yeah.
I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason.
Damn.
It was to stop the enforcers from intervening.
Yeah.
At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster.
Yeah, not an option.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Receive a sniper rifle. Okay. Armored body glove. Okay. And a medikit. While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Kunrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. Exact percentage, depending on your thing. Injuries reduce the character's resolve. Character initially suffers an injury. It's considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, fresh injury becomes an old injury. Healed using a medikit without any tests. Yeah. Character loses all their wounds, they fall unconscious. Let's see. When combat ends, all injuries are restored, or all wounds are restored completely, but injuries sustained remain. Only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, base skill Medicae, or have taken Medicae skill advancement at least once. If a character uses a medikit in battle, skill cast determines the number of wounds that will be restored. Abelard can heal your injury. Got new items. Equip new weapons or armor. Double click. Switch between party using the arrows. Put that on. I have 15% armor now. I have 78% dodge, actually. That's pretty nice, I presume. And not really my style, but a sniper rifle will have to do for now.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead.
Got
The
it.
lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's
And that
enforcers
feels
are
pretty big
rounding up the
problem.
scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warrant Sentinel may have sent that message. Appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warrant Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warrant Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
That is a good question. I heard one of our Voxcasts.
Lady Theodora's.
Right.
Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
Navigator Sanctum. Very well. Lead the way.
Absolutely. Let us proceed.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy and corruption that threatens to consume our home, and with all your might, destroy those who have dared!
Those sound like standing orders to me.
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward.
And upward. Oh dear. Combat begins with a tactical phase, during which characters cannot attack or take other actions, but may try to take up advantageous positions. Like to character using their portrait, top of the screen, click want character to move to, red cells are areas inaccessible to the character. The character in the party may move up to their maximum movement points, press space to start the battle. Well, Abelard, you're a meleeer. Let me see. Range 15, max 30, so... You can actually back up a bit and still be able to hit stuff with this. Companions can get hurt by your burst attacks or area attacks. Avoid friendly fire. Keep an eye on the trajectory. Shots, area of effect. Yeah. Combat abilities of characters differ depending on their archetype. Look at... yeah. Deadeye shot. 50% bonus to effective range of a weapon and 10% hit chance. I already have, like, capped hit chance on these guys, so no need to worry about that.
Who if not me?
Critical.
Death to the weak! Ah! Chaos guides me!
New companion is a warrior. Abelard specializes in melee and drawing the enemy's attacks. Charges unique warrior ability that works only when you're using a melee weapon, not considered an attack option. Charge close the distance between you and the enemy and deal damage. Enemies in the direct path of charge, Abelard will attack them, will still be able to use an attack option afterward if he has not used one this turn. Will use the characters 2 or more cells away from their target. Adjacent... Cleave them. There we go. Triple chop. Yep. Hit their ally like an idiot. Hurry. Dead. Just make sure you don't get a turn. An attack of opportunity even if adjacent initiates movement. Yeah, okay. Ooh, this one's got some health to him. And tried to run away and got chopped in half instead. You can advance the level of your character and companions. Prevailing in battles, exploring the Coronis Expanse, and completing quests earns you experience points. Once you've accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click on the arrow symbol on a character's portrait to open the level up screen. Each level gained offers your character new progression options. Yeah. Just give me a level. And get... let's see. To get more logic... more tech use. My logic is functionally 50. Could also get awareness, which is okay. Just get even more logic seems good. Do. Now for you, get you a warrior rank. Get you some athleticism. Yeah, these guys got stuff on them, I'm sure. Defeated enemies have no further need of their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies among them. Trophies on the right side of the trophy window go to your inventory. Such items can be used or equipped. Left side are packed up as cargo and sent to your ship, which can later be used to trade with various factions. Alright. Got some swords. A las pistol. do not need this many swords, but I will take a pistol. Let me take a look at this. Over-penetration. Solid projectile weapons have increased over-penetration. Most non-area ranged weapon attacks have a chance to cause over-penetration. This happens, the attack will also damage the creatures and objects behind the intended target, although the damage to targets beyond the first is usually lower. I see. Okay, so that is... The sniper rifle seems stronger in most regards. The last pistol can only fire in burst is interesting. I think for now, even though I'm thinking more along the lines of pistols for weaponry, for right this second, this sniper rifle's just better. If I were dual wielding, it'd be different, but, you know, not. Map of your void ship. It consists of several parts, between which you can travel. Got it. Get to the navigator's zone. Ooh.
I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head.
Shit. Oh, doom comes from the heavens and then something fell. Okay, yeah, sure.
Would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
What's with all this purple?
Sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abala, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls.
Ooh, yeah, probably not pleasant.
I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
Not comforting. The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper. Its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. Diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you are von Valancius, one of Lady Theodora's heirs. Well then, we finally meet.
Fair enough. Hi.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
Ooh.
That's Edelthrad. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrad's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still
we
hold
could
on
hear
a
him
little
talk, so...
longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am, by the way?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs?
I'll admit, I didn't know she could.
I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
Oh dear. You flinch at the seer's words. No doubt she is referring to the nightmares the torturers inflicted upon your body and mind. Your muscles contract involuntarily as if steeling themselves once more for the inevitable pain. Lived through torture sometime in your distant past. What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the engineerium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Engine Seer Prime is...
Said,
Ah, damn
without
it.
a doubt. And the voices
can't be good.
wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the navigator.
Okay, you talk way too much.
And
Be
it's
the
better
navigator
that
as
we-
well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him.
Yeah, okay.
Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes
Look,
watching
you are
The
all
warp
pros,
ice have already
lady.
encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe
Somewhere.
one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Idira has joined your party, which now consists of several characters. Select one character, click on their portrait, select multiple, hold it, and drag a box around them. Fallen piece of debris that almost proved fatal to you. Without Idira's prediction, you would have remained in this corridor forever. Hurry, destroy this field. Don't keep our master waiting. What's with this door? Door does not budge. Clots of viscous flesh have entangled the metal, sealing the door shut. Gross. Well, to battle, I suppose. Stop. Shh. Oh my god. Give me 1 minute.
Let's make it quick.
Sorry, we're back. Forgot to turn my mic on. No damage. There's a psyker and an operative. Yeah, I know how operatives work. Yes, I know. Special staff that allows the psyker to unleash psychic powers against enemies. Counter staffs that only a psyker versed in a certain discipline can use. Sure, why not? Ooh. Did not mean for that to hit Abelard too.
Crush the feeble!
Harry.
I'd rather not.
Use a hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended actions in combat before taking them. Any accessible cell on the battlefield to place a character's hologram there. With your single shot attack to see the expected outcome. I mean, that's kind of cool in theory, but I can see your ass. %, not great. No better. No. What do you mean no line of sight to the target? I'm literally fucking looking at him. No, not I want to actually do it. How did it select hologram auto-fucking-matically? Don't do it by default after just explaining what it fucking is. Let's see. There's a very low chance to hit, so let's just for sure kill this guy.
Here we go.
I'm not sure if that worked or not. Strike. Probably best not.
On it.
Be marking them. Charge him out. The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with the throne. Where have I heard that before? You see pink, parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. Creature's eyes are shut. The two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespider still lives.
Master the Spiders?
The servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
What's wrong with him?
Wounded. Exhausted. Fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Fair point.
Your time is short.
Voice is coming from the Vox grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It is unclear how the navigator is able to produce human speech. Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
I don't think that's what he wanted to say before.
Ah! It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Idira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling. But then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose. There's purplish swelling around the eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
The navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try.
Not fully able to communicate with that thing. I'm guessing he'll explain.
Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Lady who now?
The spiders.
The spiders?
Good luck. And thank you.
The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out static, interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Navigator appears dead, only the slight movement of his chest and the twitching of his eyelids let you know that he's still clinging to life. What kind of stuff you guys got? Ooh, auto gun. Let's see. Another las pistol. Or is that... Oh, that's already in my inventory. Hang on to one of these, and... Nah, this is identical to the one she's already got on. Let me compare this. Let's see here. You make it my alternate weapon. Because it's got burst fire on it as an option, which could be useful. Currently, just sniping is really good. Use different kinds of weapons. Be prepared in advance. Press X. Swapping weapons as in combat does not cost action points. Oh, okay. In that case... for flavor, I'm gonna put this as my secondary. I'm gonna have double pistols secondary. Thing primary, because that's fun. It's just all this range is really useful. I enjoy the power of gun. I'm not always a Mordaka kind of guy, you know? Officer's deck. Officer's deck. I don't think I want any officer dick. I hope that just means upper decks. I hope they mean upper Richards. Ah yes, even the elevator has to look like a fucking mausoleum. It's the Imperium. Yep. And you get behind cover, dumbass.
Your ship's as good as ours. It's all over for you.
Ah. Dumbass.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
We got one of the sororitas. Yeah, don't try that.
Tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my Emperor.
Sick. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands and, for a brief moment, it seems she's not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
The Seneschal's voice seems to bring the warrior out of her battle trance.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
Goth Van Valancius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger.
I will do what I must to halt the advance of the Dark Forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I
Fair
must
assumption.
know, why are you here?
Chaos, a malign metaphysical force composed of psychic energy that exists in an alternate dimension known as the Warp. The dimension we're currently in.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
I'm no traitor, sister, you can be sure of that.
If you speak truthfully, the Emperor will not forsake you. If you are lying, you will not escape his retribution. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic!
Lore Imperium succeeded. What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader ship? Your order serve the ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Fair point.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
What's happening on the officer's deck?
Massacre, my lord. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lord, be on your guard.
Who are these people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lord. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
Get to the main hall, then.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Crew need more powerful weapons for the coming battle. Maybe something suitable can be found on the officer's deck. And we got member of the Sororitas on our team. Door's closed, but the lock looks intact. Could probably be opened with the right tool. Boxo goods. Unfading Valor. She has an auto pistol. You know what? Actually gonna change that out. And this... because this just seems to be a... better of this. Yeah, just... oh, wait, Unfading Valor is what she has on. This is an auto pistol? Scrappy auto gun. What the hell is this thing then? Well-maintained sniper rifle, that's what I'm looking at. Still move this over. See the new, more efficient weapon for your character, upgrade your equipment, drag the new item to weapon yeah, I'm not stupid. So, yeah, it is just one higher max damage. Oh, it has... no, it's the same. Yeah, it's just one higher max damage, so I guess that's still better, just... not by much, frankly. Explosion blasted a hole through the door, large enough for a person to get through. And just some stuff to sell. Door will not move an inch, it is blocked.
I'll see to it personally.
Yeah, no reason not to just do that. Surprise rounds, baby. Ha! You missed. You missed.
I bring ruin.
Hurry! You missed. Target is too far. Ooh. Okay,
Was that
that'll
you?
work.
Or
There we go. There's some squiggles going on there. Ah, you missed. Is a warrior of Adeptus Sororitas and a soldier. Expert with burst range weapons and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of Argenta's strengths is her mobility in combat. Run and gun, yep. Revel in Slaughter, use once for each 3 enemies a soldier kills. Certain types of weapons let you make burst attacks. Unlike single shots, burst fire requires you to select a direction rather than a specific target. Okay. Her aim's not amazing. Full and partial gives the opportunity to avoid enemy attacks. Yeah. Reduced chance to be hit by 60, partial by 35. Vary depending on the difficulty of the game. Some cover can be destroyed by melee area. Sure, why not? Let's make sure you don't get a turn next turn. Ooh, more enemies. I see you.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Missed me.
Out of my way!
Surefire plan. There, now it killed him. Hee. I'll mark you.
I will do my...
Double kill. Ooh, hit for 0. Try again for a penny?
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Hey, you know, let's let some of her warp dissipate. Give that a minute. She's used up way too much. Hurry.
Faith without deeds
He's
is
got a
worthless.
chance. Yeah, that did it. Sure enough, it worked. You should have a very low chance to hit. That's not much better. Go ahead and move here, because that's still a good spot to move to. Let's analyze you. And then... still not great odds. Go for a shot here. Yeah, I didn't think it hit, but it was worth trying. Dead. Dead. He is kind of carrying our damage. Is that not warp risk? And I'm insane. Not in line of sight. Should have done that first. Nah. Hey, he's just so far away. Like, if I hit him, I'll kill him. It's a big if. It's a bit better. Damn, no. Analyze. Alright, get right up on him with the gun. And shoot him. There we go. That's what needed to happen. Open the door, click on the icon above the cogitator. Character with the highest logic will make the skill test. Fails, the door will remain closed. Particularly bad result of the logic test can cause the door to become permanently stuck and impossible to open. I feel like I should double check what kind of weapon she has. This is... Godwin pattern bolter. Luminous metal is dulled after years of travel and encounters with horrors untold. Sacred prayers engraved on the barrel have been worn smooth in places. Every shot it fires. Another spark goes out in the holy halo of sanctity that surrounds this noble weapon. Let's look at stuff. Yeah, just the scrappy autogun to cargo. Oh, that's all that was on him, but there's other characters. Autoguns and swords, yeah. What Distang? Exact replica of the Von Valancius Void ship sits on the pedestal. Labels indicate the main compartments and decks of the vessel. Cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters are scattered everywhere, and dark stains cover the floor and upholstery. Some goods to be sold. More goods. Cogitator is silent. Seems its machine spirit is no longer being powered by the motive force. Logic and Goth, 100%. Character is about to make a logic skill test. You'll often make various skill tests. Result might determine how successful your character's efforts are. Make hidden dialogue options appear. Reveal new information. Determined by rolling a 100-sided die. Difficulty of up to 100, including negative values. Succeed, you must roll a value equal to or less than the sum of both the stated difficulty and the value of the skill. Logic skill is 40. Difficulty of negative 10. You must roll a 30 or less. Any result above 30 will mean failure. Note the difficulty calculated from greater to lower values. Greater the difficulty value, the easier it is to pass the test. It's easier to succeed on a difficulty 40 test than on a difficulty 10 test. Higher a character's skill score, the easier it is for them to succeed on tests, sure. We got some goods in here. Stuff for sale. Operator's gloves. Melta charges. Yeah, we can use that. Operator's gloves. Bonus to tech use. Alright, whoever has the best tech use should get that. 40, 30, 30, 30. Alright, then I'll put these gloves on. It's like, alright, 40, 30, 30, alright, me. Noted.
Over there.
What does this guy got? Multi-key. Universal lockpicking tool. Provides initial opportunity to open a lock. Expendable. And machine right set. Ooh, what's this? Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of the books. The library contains works on Imperium theology, law codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts of the Coronis Expanse and the Calixis sector. Tech use Ungoth, 100%. Store the power supply, tech use 100. Open the door. Before that, what about this door? Could blow up the door. 100% with demolition, but...
Just as I planned.
Okay, this is actually more side stuff. I kind of figured. 100%. A shotgun. Ooh. I'm a whore when it comes to shotguns. I'm gonna level with you. If I know shotguns are an option in a game I'm playing, I'm gonna pick them. So, that's what I'm using now. Sniper rifle is, you know, like, safe and all, but this thing's going to let me use a shotgun, so... Jesus. Oh, hey, we leveled up from that. You can get the first level as a soldier. What'd you get here? Demolition? Alright. Revel and Slaughter. Soldier immediately removes the winded effect. Till the end of combat, the soldier gains the following bonuses. Plus 10 ballistic, 15% crit damage, 5% crit chance. 5% is based on agility bonus. Damage is also agility bonus. Ability becomes available as the soldier kills 3 enemies. Kill counter is not reset between rounds. You get an operative point, which is also what I'm going to get. Removes all exploits from the target, decreasing the target's dodge, parry, and armor by 15 plus the number of exploits removed till start. Reduce armor to 0, removes only half the exploits. Warrior. Till the warrior's next turn, all incoming damage is reduced by 2, and the warrior gains 10 temporary wounds. That's useful. And, of course, I get my expose weakness as well. Oh, look at that. They're all down there like little shits. Don't worry, I've got this. Deck Officer's Helmet, 5% armor. Okay. Honestly... yeah, and it actually doesn't look bad on him either. Fallen Steel has blocked the path to lifts. You'll have to look another way for another way to Edelthrad. Blech. Just don't stay up long enough. Ooh, hidden. An extra multi-key. Benches and even the cogitator, torn from its proper place, are stacked in a rough semblance of a barricade. Damn. Ugh. I can't see a thing. They shoot us with something. The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. Then you see the figure walk out of the fire toward you. It's Theodora von Valencius.
Are you lost, my heir?
One moment, please. Sorry, cat wanted in. Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, the other is raised in an inviting gesture.
An apparition. A sorceress apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Yeah, not something we'd best rely on.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He's staring at the rogue trader, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. This is impossible.
I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over...
Her name is in quotes here, which kind of tells me that's not her. It's actually in quotes here as well.
I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies.
Aha. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer. That answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
You're stupid if you think that's her.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds. Frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Elo. What are we waiting for?
Convictions. Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can develop in three directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others towards your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. One of the conviction branches reaches ranked 3, Voteri, I'm not familiar with that word, becomes the character's main focus. That happens, the other 2 convictions branches cannot be raised above rank 2, Adherent. Characters' allies have convictions of their own as well. Got it. Let's see. Dogmatic, walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Heretical, accept the offer of help. Take my pain away and give me power. Or Iconoclast, get the people off the bridge. I'll not leave my people in harm's way. When a sister of battle tells you to believe in the Emperor, you believe in the goddamned Emperor. I'm just gonna level with you on this one. Thousands of needles pierce your consciousness, but are powerless to stop you. You take a step forward, and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodore's voice fades into the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions calling you from behind, and the screams of the weak dying in the inescapable blaze. Holy shit, it worked! Emperor protects. Way to go, team. The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, the all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burnt eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, you take 2 more steps before collapsing to your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body cloud your mind, before suddenly retreating, as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads throughout your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see, aglow with warm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium. I swear to God, I did not on purpose pick 3 different games at once to feature this word in them. The 2-headed eagle sigil that signifies the Imperium. Holy shit. In the next moment, you are struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Voitvir wounded you, is gone. The fire seems to have burned the entity away without a trace.
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
Make a goddamn believer out of me.
Praise the Emperor. We passed through the flames. How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Argenta kneels next to you, and for the first time you see her eyes radiate pure, unclouded joy. Wow. Behind Argenta, you see Adira Tlass doubled over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who were following you have withered away in the fire that continues to rage mere 2 steps away from you. Did you see that? The Aquila. It was glowing.
You're delirious. Whatever it is you think you are seeing.
He seems perturbed by your words. He casts another surreptitious glance at the Aquila you just pointed at.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
That wasn't her, dumbass.
There was no Theodora, witch.
Yeah, for God's sake.
There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
It could not have more clearly been a demon. I don't know what you were on about.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What? We'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord's Captain standing there in the fire? Abala, you tell her.
How are you a psyker and you don't know what a fucking illusion is?
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness.
You are either insane or genuinely protected by the Emperor, and I don't know which.
Embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
Oh yeah, the fire was real. Don't be ridiculous.
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
Argenta herself sounds proud, even fervid. Admittedly, I've been better. It'll let him help me up. Even if you were anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscles feel strong. Your limbs obey you without fail. And yet, deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to that of a taut string. You are at your limit. Be it adrenaline or the strength of your faith, it will not carry you much farther.
Did my eyes deceive me? I could swear that I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake.
I loathe being late for an engagement.
Nothing good ever comes of such rashness. Yet it appears that the Emperor favors you. Be that as it may, your wounds are highly worrying.
Look closely. Ethelthred does not seem to have changed since you first met, but only at first glance. His face has taken on a strange hue. The skin at his temples appears scaled, and his voice now has an uncanny screeching quality. These are not traces of fatigue and stress. The Psyker's body has begun to mutate, consequence of contact with the warp. You're not in the best shape yourself, Ethelthred.
Notice the signs of my blessing, have you? Yes, the warp is taking its toll. But I'm still sane, and able to hold my weapon. I'll fight for the Von Phalanxius bloodline to the end. And if the price is the eternal curse of mutation, so be it.
I can fight, at least for the time being.
Then let us steal our souls. Our greatest trial awaits.
So for frame of reference, if you're not familiar with Warhammer, what the traitor just did is fucking impossible. That's not something that just happens. You don't just go through shit and the Emperor protects you. That's not a thing that's ever happened, not even once. Or at least not provably. Here's the thing, the Adeptus Sororitas, they can kind of do that. Psychers can kind of do that. I'm not either of those things. I'm a dude who's not a psyker.
I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways?
It was at this very elevator, Master Edelthrad. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the Archmilitant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts.
Yeah.
This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I am still receiving fragmentary reports from the breach. Kunrad Voigtvir was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once.
She'll go to Theodore's chambers to find her.
A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope.
She's strong as hell, too. I've seen her fight.
They may be. Until next we meet, may the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle.
Dialogue end. I actually got a fresh injury during that. So, need you
Let me help.
to uninjure me. Thank you. So I got an injury for walking through the fire, but also that void thing in my brain is gone. Whatever the hell it was. Generators hum softly. When you draw closer, your skin begins to tingle from static discharges. I ain't gonna level with you. I don't need no dang sniper rifle no more. I have a shotgun. Shotgun is the best weapon in any video game it's in. Except for Alpha Protocol for some reason. Where shotgun, you genuinely just can't beat bosses unless you're using a pistol build for reasons no one can comprehend. Now let me put this regular sniper rifle away too.
Let us not dawdle.
Hang on, we got just some cargo. This clearly does not serve as a stateroom. The generators, machines, and crude wall paneling indicate that it is a maintenance module room rather than an area for receiving guests. Lex Mechanics goggles grant 3 logic and some machine right things. I mean, yeah, I'll take extra logic, though the goggles don't look amazing on me. Not in love with the design, but you know.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I'm gonna make a slight change. Yeah, those two. Yeah, my character stopped talking. Lord Captain's quarters. What about our nickels and dimes? No one uses $half-dollars. They don't print enough of them. But they probably should rather than pennies at this point. She has a personal friggin' bath chamber? This is a spaceship. How does that work? Don't question the Emperor's technology. You'll be here all day if you try. Ooh, not good. And there's warp tentacles sticking out of the ground, too. Ooh, yeah. Dead, 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 dead. Not good. Not good. Murder scene looks like something caught the victim by surprise. Theodora von Valancius's body is sprawled on a large, blood-drenched desk. The Archmilitant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No!
Jesus.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Jesus Christ.
Lord Captain. Who would even dare? Unless that rat, whcih.
I doubt it. whcih wished humiliation and suffering upon Theodora, not a swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Examine Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-splattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. You lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Idira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces, drawing closer. Lady Theodora, and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Tainted witchcraft.
You cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards or Idira herself. Inspect the shards. Difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. On closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium, combustible fuel in the Imperium of Man. Inspect the papers. Reports, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It's a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC, and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Handwritten letter with a seal. Esteemed Theodora, a change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Rykad system. One of my acolytes, Interrogator Heinrichs van Kalox, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the Furibundus system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of Interrogator Van Kalox's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, Van Kalox himself will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor's light be with you, XC. She did say someone ordered her to go here. And sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora von Valancius, signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Oh, God, no. You think the Sororitas are bad, the Inquisitors are 4 times as terrible. Let's look at the Archmilitant. Just be sure. I'm not gonna ask her to touch a corpse. I don't think you're supposed to do that for corpses. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. Safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he was. Try?
It doesn't work like that.
Okay, fair enough.
I can try to read the memories of objects.
I don't know.
But dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
Yeah, no. That's for the best.
The crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But
seriously?
You? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
Now see, this is good writing for a team, because they have these 3, right off the bat, have very different viewpoints on, you know, all sorts of things. Helmet of the Devoted Protector. Requires Dogmatic, follower. Helmet grants his wearer immunity to enemy critical hits for the first 3 rounds of combat. Cool. Now... imagine you have that much, but that looks really dumb on you. And it's also a thing that the Sororitas aren't supposed to wear helmets. At least nothing that covers their face, because, like, the Emperor's supposed to guard their head. Although it prevents crits, which I suppose you could argue it's their faith doing it, since you need to be dogmatic to use it. Only can be equipped by characters of a certain conviction rank. You can open the character menu to see which conviction your character follows. But both your character and their companions have their own convictions. You can check it. Got it. I'm actually going to check. I'm Dogmatic 1, which is Follower. And that gives me Grim Determination. Allies gain a 10% chance to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious. That's kind of cool. What do the other ranks do? Absolution. First round of combat, all critical hits scored by the Rogue Trader's party inflict burning. In addition, all fire damage suffered by enemies is increased by 1 for each rank of conviction, Dogmatic. Suffer 10 damage and must pass an agility resistance test with a -10 penalty to stop burning. That's kind of neat. At 3, Path of Redemption. Any momentum expenditure by the Rogue Trader and their allies, including Heroic Acts, is reduced by 20%. Ooh, that's strong. Fanatic. Once per battle, the Rogue Trader may choose an ally, including themselves, for 1 round. All the target's weapon attacks ignore enemy's armor. That's pretty good. 5. Instrument of his will. Till the start of their next turn, the Rogue Trader becomes immune to any attack from demons and Xenos, and all demons and Xenos in a 5-cell radius consider them a priority attack. Oh wow, that's crazy. What does Heretic get you? Rogue Trader and allies gain 20% chance to save a combat stimulant or a med kit after using it. Kinda cool. Destroy the Weak. For the first round of combat, everyone in the Rogue Trader's party gains a 25% chance to regain 1 AP after killing an enemy. However, triggering this effect immediately manifests psychic phenomena. Does not reset the cooldowns of attacks and abilities. That seems dangerous. Gifts of the Warp. Any psychic phenomena increase the momentum of the Rogue Trader's party by +2 to 10 instead of decreasing it by -1 to 5. Huh. That's interesting. Once per battle, the Rogue Trader may choose an ally, including themselves, and grant them a plus 20 bonus to all their characteristics for 2 rounds. After the effect fades, the target falls prone. So, Dogmatic seems to be... You can make the party a lot more durable and survivable. Heretical is... You get, like, very powerful effects, but with huge drawbacks. Power from Beyond the Veil. All weapons on the battlefield become warp imbued for 1 round, gaining bonus damage equal to 5 times the Veil degradation percent, an additional 5 times Veil armor like, they gain bonus damage and armor penetration, 5 times the Veil degradation. So if you wanted like a big Psyker party, lots of Psykers so you could degrade the Veil, you'd want to put in Heretical to really take advantage of that. And for Iconoclast, which is as close to being a good person as you can really get in Warhammer. Rogue Trader and 2 random allies start combat with temporary wounds equal to their own resolve. Master Command. In the first round of every combat, the Rogue Trader and their allies gain 2 plus the Iconoclast rank additional MP. Rogue Trader and their allies spend 30 less momentum when activating a heroic act. Rogue Trader may choose an ally. Ally may immediately use their heroic act without spending momentum. Not applicable to allies whose heroic act is on cooldown. So you get more heroic acts and stuff with Iconoclast, because you're more heroic. Any attacks from allies that may hit other allies will be dodged if possible. Ooh. Any allied ability that may target an ally and has a resistance test will be resisted by allies. Ooh, that's really strong. He is a rank 2 Iconoclast, so... yeah, that's pretty good. She's a rank 2 Heretic, and she's a rank 3 Dogma, wow. So we already have Path of Redemption. I see a second thing. Oh, okay, so Puritan is Dogmatic, but either of these will give you Radical points. I'm slightly Puritan. We'll see. Rogue Trader's Cloak. 5 Fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius. Okay. Who has really good Fellowship? Because mine's really bad. You have good, so... here's a cape, dude. Theodora's Rosary. 10 bonus to Commerce and Lore. Imperium. Ooh. So... yeah. I was actually kind of behind on my Commerce skill. My Lore Imperium was actually decent because my intelligence is good, but... that's nice. Actually, I should double check who has the best of those skills in the party. Because my Lore Imperium is pretty good. In fact, best in the party. He has better commerce than me. But I think Lore Imperium comes up a bit more frequently at the moment. Ooh. Get in over here, Abelard. I'll jump over there. You be here-ish. You be right about there. Light and medium armor. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. The armor stat indicates what % of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. Type of armor also influences the chance the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. Character in light armor dodges attacks more often, but takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit, but reduces their mobility and ability to dodge attacks. Some talents allow characters to use different types of armor more effectively. You have obtained heavy armor. Unlike light and medium armor, heavy armor provides the ability to deflect damage. Deflection is a unique heavy armor stat that reduces damage taken by a specified flat amount. Heavy armor has a higher armor rating than medium and light armor, but also usually has a higher dodge penalty, making it harder to dodge an enemy attack while wearing it. Only characters with the heavy armor proficiency talent can wear heavy armor. So that thing's got a lot of hit points. Analysis complete. Boom. Counter enemies with various abilities and features. Icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Right mouse on the effects icon to see more details. Heavily damaged. His damage, hit chance, and wounds are greatly reduced. Alright, so that's why it came in already damaged, like before we did anything. Oop. Accidentally hit him a little. You're okay, Abelard. I mean, Abelard can take a little damage to kill 2 enemies. He'll be fine. Ooh, it tried to run away and got absolutely fucked up by Abelard. Ooh.
Such is the will of chaos.
Harry! In a better understanding what transpired... Yeah, combat log, whatever. Abelard, how about you hold tight right there for now? And I will shotgun. You can gun. Dead. And another level for the group. Dismantling attack. Operative immediately inflicts 1 exploit on all enemies in combat that makes a free attack against the target. That attack always hits. Till the end of combat, the target of this attack suffers a penalty to dodge and armor that is quite large. And I get to choose a talent. Hooray. See, deal more damage to enemies at full wounds. Suppose weakness doesn't cost AP. Triggers an exploit on an enemy. The operative gains damage and armor penetration until the end of the combat. Only applies the first strike or projectile in a burst attack stacks. Ooh, expose weakness also reduces enemies' toughness and willpower. That's pretty strong. I'm looking at these recommended ones. Ballistics calculation would be great if I was still using a sniper rifle, but I'm not. Let's see. Target of analyze enemies is 2 or more exploits. The target suffers an extra exploit. That's okay. Start of the operative's turn. The enemy with the largest number of exploits receives an additional exploit stack. 2 or more enemies are tied for the largest number. It's random. On half cover, their cover efficiency is increased by 15%. Doubled if the operative is not moved during their turn. That's all kind of cool. Honestly, this just seems pretty strong. If I trigger an exploit, which, let me double check how those work. Yeah. Every time I trigger an exploit, I permanently get a little extra damage and armor penetration. You get Daring Breach. Melee restores all AP and MP and gains 3 MP until the end of the turn. They do not lose MP after performing attacks. Warrior has no limit on melee weapon attacks this turn. Really powerful. We got, whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional 5 damage. Does not stack, but it can be reactivated after another attack made by either the same enemy or a different one. Desolation, extra damage to enemies alone. Critical damage is increased against enemies not armed with melee. Less than 50% wounds, they have extra crit chance. Their attack, they gain 1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. Start of their turn, the warrior gains 1 temporary wound for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed 5. That's pretty good. 1 damage deflection. Their parry chance increased by 25% of the oh yeah, that absolutely. He is tanking amazingly. Thick skin for sure. So he takes 1 less damage, and he gets extra parry chance to match up for the fact, and you just get that. I want you to be using Expose Weakness more often than I do, because I usually damage stuff. What? Oh, no, I meant you. Firearm Mastery. Make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's rate of fire, using the weapon attack that normally costs the least HP. These attacks do not spend AP. Till the end of the turn, their first attack against each new enemy automatically scores a crit. Soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. All great. For each adjacent ally, deal more damage. I don't like stacking people up next to each other because of AoEs. Cover efficiency is increased for full and half. They deal damage. Their critical damage is increased by a percent until the end of combat. Soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies. Gains 18% more damage for their next attack. Reloading costs 2 AP less. First reload into combat does not cost AP. 8% crit chance, doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. Nah. Second attack, action in a turn, deals more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage. Full cover. Let me see. She hits a lot of enemies at once when she does her whole spray and pray thing, so that can happen decently often. I'll take 1 las pistol. Grace of the Oblivious. +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. Okay. That's pretty good. Double lasers. Shotgun. Okay, I have too much intelligence to use that. You do not, and you actually have a lot of toughness, so... yeah. Let me see, what does that do for you? Something. You want more toughness, though. To the Void Ship Bridge. Lore warp. Perfect vision is a product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge. Unfortunate. Oh dear.
The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
You are here. But where is the Lord Captain?
The Lord Captain will not be joining us.
Oh. The rogue trader. He's dead? No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the
quitter
Warrant
talk.
and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
That's quitter talk.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
Ship can still be steered out of the warp, but we must first restore communication between the bridge and the Navigator's sanctum.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
We should probably shoot him before he gets the last one. You can see Kunrad Voigtver clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he's holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time!
Voigtver, you duplicitous cur, the rogue trader's death will be avenged.
What? Theodora is dead.
Damn, was hoping that'd trick him.
That can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the Void Ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Edelthrad, don't! Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Wait, maybe don't walk into the I finished it, damn. Maybe don't walk yeah, no, that's the circle. Don't walk into- no, they got him. They got his ass. Ooh, oh yeah, full on demon mode. Encounter enemies with various abilities and features. Yeah, you've told me about this. I'm not stupid. See, he's got natural armor. Depends on the amount of its wounds. But has 70% of its total wounds as armor. Okay, its armor decreases. Okay. Its armor decreases as its health decreases, and it always has toxic and fire weakness. And it's being exploited currently. Let's give it even more exploitation. Yeah, I think it's just barely out of the shotgun's range, so... God damn it. Alright. Get it a little more analyzed. That would deal a lot to it, actually. You know what? Give Abelard forewarning. Just extra dodge and parry for him seem useful. And zap.
High momentum.
Unique abilities called Heroic Acts or Desperate Measures, momentum is required. Depending on the actions of your party in combat, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. High momentum value allows a character to use a heroic act. Low value grants access to Desperate Measures. Both abilities can completely change the course of a battle, but every party member can either use one or the other, and only once in a single combat. Let's see. Just shoot it. There we go. Charge. And chainsaw. And it's healing. Parry it. Ow. The hell did it just do? Ow.
I serve the ruinous powers! Chaos guides me!
Ah. Ah. You missed. Analyze. Now... let's get rid of some of that armor you got on you. Oh, god damn it. Really? They both hit Abelard. Psychic Shriek. There we go. Too far. Put that on. Protect yourself from what's coming. And you know what? Do this. Slash the fuck out of it. And yeah, it's just eating the other... Okay, I'm starting to think I really should have killed those guys before letting this thing do that, but already a little late for that.
Death to the weak! Your end is near!
Ow. Ah. Use a medkit to yeah, I understand how the fuck it works. Let's just, yeah, there we go. I think the warp's getting a little agitated, what I keep doing. Is that a ghost? Endure. Start chopping him up. Oh! Oh god, that hurts how much? A certain number of injuries are replaced with trauma. Yeah, I fucking get it. What the hell was that? Am I supposed to be able to beat this thing? What's going on here? Analyze. Expose your weakness. Shotgun. Analyze. Shriek at you with psychic power. Yeah, I get it. Keep enduring, buddy. Yeah, you screamed with a rend. Ow. Parry. Ooh, nice hit. Keep hitting him. I think we'll out-damage him eventually. Ow. Rid all of your armor. Yes, give it a sec. Alright, I think we're gonna win. My god, if I'd known it could just eat them, maybe I could have read that in its description as a move it has. Ah! Ow. Crippled leg. Agility reduced by 20, movement points are reduced by half. Permanent. Can be removed and fully healed on the void ship's bridge. Oy vey. Mantle of Heroism. Requires a follower of Iconoclast. Gloves of Endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves gets an injury or falls unconscious, their allies gain a bonus to damage. Blade Shard. Blade made from a mysterious metal that shimmers with unnatural colors. Sure enough. Hey, the party got a level. You gotta be level 16 to start getting other archetypes, so... Okay, I get to pick +5 for one of my things. I get smarter. Maybe. Actually, you know what? I could use more ballistic skill. Common talent. Forge World characters can use persuasion, coercion, and commerce based on intelligence instead of fellowship. That's really good for me. It's definitely looking at that because my intelligence is quite high. So high, in fact, I might switch this to intelligence just to make that better. Fires a forge, 3 deflection against the burning effect and flame weapons. Meh. Stacking 10% bonus to hit chance and dodge reduction against any attack they hit with a single target. Not really using single target. First attack with plasma, melta, or power deals additional damage equal to 4. For the remainder of combat, the bonus is equal to 2. If I had one of those, I'd pick this up, but I don't have plasma or melta or power weapons on me right now. Wearing heavy, Forge World gain MP deflection and cannot fall prone. Honestly, calculated relations just make me do face with my brain. It's like, now look at my commerce. It's now 55 because it scales off my intelligence instead of 35 like it was before. Heck, my coercion and my persuasion are now pretty good too. Okay, talent time. Enemy attacks the warrior. Next minute. Yeah, another of these. Already have thick skin, can't pick it up again. Epicenter of Slaughter isn't that useful because he can just put on Endure every turn. Desolation for bosses is really useful, actually, so... Yeah. And even more toughness, frankly. You can pick up... Get willpower since you're a psyker still. Let's see. Edge of Fate. Beginning of every combat, psykers' allies gain 15% critical hit chance. First crit removes this effect. That's not bad. Allies under the effect of at least one psychic power gain additional 7% armor penetration. Okay. Every 9th successful dodge and or parry by the psyker and their allies combined grants the psyker 2 additional AP on the next turn. That's okay. We actually have quite a bit of dodge on this team, thanks to me. First dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers a penalty. Psyker uses a divination psychic power or an ally without an unnatural luck effect on an ally. That ally gains unnatural luck. The ally suffers a critical hit, becomes a normal hit instead, and the unnatural luck effect is removed. That's okay. Vice and Guidance. Actually make her, one skill also give him... it'd make his melee a little stronger, actually. There's some other options. Edge of Fate is just okay. Force weapons, nah. Range of 2 cells or more, the range increased by 4. Meh. Less veil degradation. Doesn't suffer attacks of opportunity. She shouldn't be getting into melee anyways. And base skill stuff you probably don't want to look at. Yeah, I guess just crit chance for the party for their until they get a crit is pretty good. Her ballistic skill could be better. Her agility could be a lot better, though. 'Cause her initiative is pretty bad at the moment. Yeah, I guess we can build a little more crits, because we have some crit boosting stuff. Hey, Ruka raid! Hey, hey! Yeah, we actually were streaming. You raided me for once. Nice of you to finally pay me back. Hey, welcome in. Hey, Quilla. Hey, Ruka. Hey, Sky. We're not gonna play for more than probably another hour or so. Never been able to raid you, yeah. It's just... I kind of set up my time so I'd be able to raid you pretty often, because I wanted to be able to watch your stuff, but it didn't work out today. This might be the only time we can, because I'm considering moving Saturday to be my day off, also, from streaming, so... Ugh. Now, we're in Rogue Trader. We just killed a demon. It was horrific.
The heir is dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Yep.
A noble...
Yes, I'm the only heir
Master
now.
Helmsman, system status report.
Sure, we interrupted that. Okay. I don't feel... Oh, wait. I should probably at least do this much. There we go. Shout out to the Rookster. I don't feel the need to introduce myself, though.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry.
Do it anyway.
Scrubbing it off the vid screens for
all right,
knows
well,
how long.
I am Fish. Ghoti Fish. If that's confusing, that's the point. I am the Deep One Merfolk hybrid. Are you Ghost? Oh, God. Congratulations, Quilla. You know what? Quilla, you're the one in my stream the most. You don't get to say shit like that. I play mostly RPGs. The Toriyama tribute I have will be ending pretty soon. I'm on the last 2 games I'm gonna do for that. I'm gonna finish Dragon Quest IX, and then I'll do Xenoverse 2, which admittedly will sound like fish. Okay. You guys are playing it up here. Can't be true. Why you lie? Alright. So the GH, like in the word laugh or rough, can make the F sound. In the plural of woman, women, O makes an I sound, a short I for I. And then in words like nation or caution, TI can make a sh sound. So GHFO is I, and TI is sh. So GHOTI, fish. Yes, I play a lot of story-heavy games. It's really my focus because I'm a writer at heart. Man. I don't get rated too often, so it's not often I can do the spiel. Yes. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp. I also consider myself a bit of a voice actor. Your voice seems to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. You don't understand? It's an old English trick. It was in our... I forget who actually wrote it. It was an old letter of a writer, kind of criticizing English spelling in general.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules.
Point taken.
You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
Looked away, okay. Objection, in your dialect, the O in woman sounds like an sound. No, that's true for woman singular. But, no, I'm saying women, plural. You're doing the singular of woman, which is a U sound. But in plural, women, that's an I sound. An I sound. Looked away, can you explain all that again from the top? Same with women? No, I've never heard it pronounced woman. Because that's confusing. He directs your attention upward, to the throne that sits at the apex of this tall staircase. How'd you people survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them.
Objection, your dialect is correct.
Then,
objection, my dialect is correct. Sustained. Overruled. I'm not a lawyer. I'll lawyer some things. I'm not a judge. Objection overruled. What do I do?
Take the Lord Captain's sate. Order the
Sate?
final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Oh, blast it all to the void!
Your Honor, hostile witness?
Translation is a craft, not something that can be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Oh, please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
Point taken. I'm ready. Must take the Lord Captain's place. That's... No, I'm the other one. Yeah, there I am, coming up the stairs second. Really gonna walk ahead of me, dude? The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears. This voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
The vision lowers its head, its harrowing gaze boring into you. For but a moment, something changes in Theodora's expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear? You steeled your soul with your faith in the God Emperor and walked through the flames on the officer's deck just in time to rendezvous with Edelthrod. Yep, I said, the Sister of Battle told me the Emperor protects. I was no one to argue, so I walked through the fire. And then it worked, which trying to come to terms with. You are to blame for Theodora's death?
I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate.
You're something, alright.
The aspirant vowed to return with the trophy. A relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
The Alpha and the Omega F3 reference the waters of life flow freely, Liam Neeson? Something like that.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies.
God damn it.
I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
Hey. There's some kind of warp entity that's just talking to me. Can anyone else see this thing?
The path is set, child of
cool.
the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
I ain't no servant of yours.
Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
We're all gonna die?
The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship.
Oh, okay.
We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Hey, so we didn't all die. Hey, okay, good.
Seneschal, we could tell us now. Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As first officer, it is my duty.
Yeah, Lord Captain's a little...
with the greatest regret and indelible
indisposed,
sorrow that Lord Captain
you might
Theodora
say.
von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision,
keep going.
it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony
Title
will be held
drop.
at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
Because I went and got a goddamn shotgun.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
That's okay. There's a transitional period. Give you a week to figure out Lord Captain. Then I'm gonna have to start taking, you know... Ooh! Anyway, after that I'll have to start docking your
the
pay.
Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members.
Ooh.
Yet hope remained. for the second in line to the rogue trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
Woo! Yeah, vengeance! We're gonna vengeance the fork out of them. Kill them all. Void Ship Bridge. Conspiracy, you completed the prologue. Damn right I did. So prologued up. Loading. The last the last 4% of any loading screen takes twice as long as the first 90%. This is an incontrovertible rule of loading screens. We're out of the all voice-acted territory. Cargo management screen to learn more about the cargo on your flagship, the amount, the types, percentage of cargo being filled up. Cargo tab, you can see details about the items packed in each cargo slot. Need to use an item that's already packed, move that item back to your inventory. Cargo is needed when trading with merchants, you'll meet them soon. Got it. Deep shadows of wariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship. You had us worried for a few hours there. Abelard offers a thin smile. But after witnessing you fearlessly rush into the fray on deck, steeled your soul over your fate. Yeah, I walked through fire and it worked somehow. The only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in a Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy's deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How do we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found. Which is unsurprising, given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. Abelard grimaces. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from your important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you're personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. There. Prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge. They in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain. You succeed in tracking down Voigtveer. Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. Ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the orders to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention, officers! You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Ingoth van Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard? As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Otta of the Toliman line, our new Voxmaster. Ugh. It is an honor to serve, your lordship. The Voxmaster offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel, you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravor, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us, to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. Hail, Lord Captain. The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives a sullen nod. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. Die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum Generous Stanrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with an oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the third officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. Machine God Omnissiah, supernatural entity, god of all knowledge, worshipped by the Adeptus Mechanicus. Might be the same as the God Emperor, or might not, depends on which one you ask. The three officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving a complicated manipulation of all the Tech Priests' mechadendrites. Tech Priests are the rulers of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They revere technology as the object of their devotion. They direct the endeavors of fabrication and lead the followers of the Machine God in unforgiving crusades of ruthless acquisition. And mechadendrite are, of course, tentacle-like robotic limb prosthetics surgically attached to the spine. Thank you, Abelard. Greetings to you all. Serve at your pleasure, Lord Captain. Wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. Tall man bows his head in deference. We report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, has been completed. Results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. Post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. Say that first so I can act it properly, you shit. The lad is managing well so far. Can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. Task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the Tech Priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members and, unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also included trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Manoris. However, the planet, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later. Kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Rumbles Abelard, frowning. Drives Master, I will hear for you now. Zira Talar, who does not get a portrait. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the Tech Priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repository of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thanks to the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. Machine spirits are spirit believed by the adherents of the cultus mechanicus to inhabit and control any technology in existence. And we know what the warp is. Warp engine is... With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engine Seer Prime, Overseer, and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him, a most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. I see. Thank you. I mostly got the... Yes? Tech Priest bows her head. Also was unclear. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. Cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. Ship's sound, more or less. Without our Engine Seer Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we've no way out of the system. We try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Noted. Your lordship, if you will allow me to interject. When we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. Ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allow them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through the immaterium. Ah. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck. A true blessing from the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, you can go round and round the system till our heads are swimming, so long as the promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple, maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. Just ask anyone, we've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Do you wish to repeat that? Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? That was the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It's as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. Ship's in ruins. Every second officer's dead. Now we got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence. Bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer. Yeah, you're not even supposed to say shit. Abelard grunts. Only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, and that's not bad at all. Your lordship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. Let's see, I could be all magnanimous. I could say, chop his goddamn head off. Or, Masters of Ordnance are few and far between, so for that reason, he may remain in post. I leave his punishment at your discretion. Nah. This is the Imperium. Execution. Abelard nods stiffly. Consider it done. Take him away. You don't do that kind of shit in Warhammer 40k. The brittle laughter of the Master of Ordnance reverberates around the bridge as he is led to his face. Hate. Surmise, we've sustained serious losses in crew members. We require a new Engine Seer Prime and Navigator. That all this preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain. But bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. We'll never reach Footfall without first solving these 3 immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I see to the Voxmaster on this point. Mistress Tolemon? We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer. It seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. What is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. Augurs, of course, are sensor technology that allows void ships to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various other kinds of crucial data at great distances. The situation is not very encouraging. Without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for all your reports. Dismissed. Assembled officers salute you as one. Your lordship, there is one other thing. Confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora... Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here to this system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the Hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronus Expanse. Came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. Referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Ah, goddammit. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs van Kalox. An interrogator, you understand? All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you. It is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he's about to offer some words of encouragement. Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. Sister of Battle grimly nods towards Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word burst from her lips. Daybreak. Idira, come to your senses. Damn it! Idira presses her fingers on her temples in desperation. Your lordship. Here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. Single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Maybe it's dawn. It's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell, but if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Class? Actually, that word... whatever void warp entity was speaking to us kept using that word as well. No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make any sense of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, alright? Lord Captain, you want me to take a closer look into your future? Find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. There's nothing else of value to report. I declare this briefing concluded. It's time to get to work. Nod. System map in the center of the bridge to issue orders to the crew. Well, you do that, but I think I want to go talk to my crew, actually. Where are my people? There's Abelard, there's Adira, there's... Abelard, you have anything to say?
Lord Captain?
Abelard surveys you briskly but meticulously, as though he is inspecting you for shortcomings. And then he offers a courteous nod. Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Let's see. I feel like I have a decent understanding of all this. Or any insights into Kunrad?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer.
More like cunt
that
rag.
He committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight. We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valacius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking
bold and
comfort
brash,
in the thought that we
more
will
like
hear no
belongs
more of
in the
Conrad,
trash.
prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
Now, let's ask. See about your insights into them.
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect.
Of course.
The Expanse
Rather
may be
not
on the
be
fringes,
executed.
but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness.
So, with the backstory I kind of gave Angoth, I'm gonna choose that he was interrogated by Inquisitors. Just, well, they found he wasn't actually a heretic, so they didn't really give a shit about all the crime he was doing. Just, they still cut him up bad on his face.
Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium.
Not so rogue anymore,
special
then,
rights
huh?
and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbalaka Mission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
And they're not tied to a traitor yet. I'm from a forge world. I'm used to dealing with Adeptus Mechanicus. They may be the first ones we'd like to interact with. Outline the situation in the Coronis Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words...
I permit.
The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
And I'll feel right at home.
Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much.
It is still just a single Inquisitor.
More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
That's all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my Seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
About yourself. Who were you before you became Theodorus Seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis.
Yeah, I could tell that.
Used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling. The essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like I was saying during character creation,
an officer of the Imperium.
When they gave us, like, Navy as a background option, I was like, you know, the Imperial Navy is probably as close to a normal military outfit as you're going to get. Because they really don't just execute each other on sight. And that makes sense, because Abelard is iconoclast, which means he kind of fits into what I was saying at the beginning.
I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue traders' army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue traders' personal council.
There's no more useful... I assure you, there's no more useful an advisor than one you can't get along with.
It was a difficult choice for me. But I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11.
Grandfather? That's rare in the Imperium.
My family lives on Dargonis.
Especially for a military man.
None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
goddamn, another one. Blah. You know what? Probably next time I get a chance, I'm gonna get Seribot so I don't have to stop to ban these things every time. Blocked, banned, reported. What do you talk about, Theodora? I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Thank you. No more questions.
Of course.
Must take my leave. Till next time, Seneschal. You may call me by my first name. Unfortunately, we can't voice it, so no.
Lord Captain.
And I know he's also a bit of a stickler for the rules. I'm not going to ask him to do that. Saw it again. It was on the middle decks this time. Saw what again? Talking about. Some of you believe those rumors about the rogue trader's ghost. Oh, god damn it. Another one of that. I don't. The rumors are coming from somewhere. Somebody must have seen something. Or just wants others to believe they did. God damn ghosts. What's up, Adira? A tall, middle-aged... Middle-aged? Does this look like a middle-aged woman to you? Huh? Takes care of herself, I guess. Woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Adira turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. About your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You are a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing if you've ever been to Terra. Concerned about your level of control over your abilities, but it would be a bit more subtle with it.
Lord Captain, there's nothing to worry about. I've been on this ship just short of 10 years. Would Lady von Valancius have kept me on if she wasn't sure about me? I mean, yeah, sometimes stuff happens. Small stuff. Like when I hear things. Sometimes what I hear is so clear it becomes real to me. But even ordinary folks have bad days, don't they?
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me of your planet.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win. From poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
No, continue.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door...
See, that was the part you left out.
I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
No, that was the one part I was asking about. You melted them all. Good to know. What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes.
That is a good laugh.
I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasty,
like how you would occasionally melt people,
and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly. Then, as though clarifying, she used her hands to indicate a head exploding, and laughs. How did you end up in the rogue trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much
Oh my god, what is that hair?
And plenty ahead of her, too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisek.
Booze.
But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Good to know.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Do you know Theodora well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Adira lets out a sharp breath and shakes her head. What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me, but it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you.
An apt comparison.
Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with the whispers?
Training, habit, and a little Amasek and a couple other things you can get
And
on
I
the
get
lower
crunk
decks.
once in a while.
If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through.
Good
Trust
to know.
me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Adira grins like she's already heard some salacious detail. Sure, I'm interested.
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Adira laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
Are these potential companions I can get?
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Like to hear your augury. What awaits me?
All right. Let's hear what...
Is it just... Okay, this is just
sorry,
that.
Lord Captain. The voices are going wild.
Ooh.
I can't make out a thing.
Got there's a strain between you and
somehow,
Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Are you saying she's also a psyker? Got a new story for me?
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Adira becomes much more animated, and her expression turns slightly dreamy as she recalls one of her stories.
Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrive at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den.
Ooh.
And not just any gaming den,
What were you
but
playing?
one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash.
Poker gaming.
You should have seen it.
Lame.
People gambling
I was
away
hoping, I don't know, I
planets
was
in a
hoping
game
you
of
stumbled.
regicide.
I mean,
Anyway,
obviously
so
you
the Lord
stumbled
Captain
on
wanted
any
me to have
given
her beat
Melty
some guy.
Blood tournament,
So I tell
but
her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand.
Ugh.
Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been
exploded.
It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth.
Ooh.
And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
That's a good one.
Of course.
And we'll talk to the sister, and then we'll probably call it, because it's getting late. She's over here-ish, according to my map. Yeah, there she is.
Rogue trader.
Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled and she moves like she's a little on edge. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader. The accursed servants of Chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans?
Oh my god. He really is a nun. Let's see. I'd be a complete and utter dick. Why would I? Do you wish to fill these children's heads with the illusion that the world and its rulers care about them? I will have no part in this. Or I can... it seems to taper off in level of dickishness from there. Deliver this order on my behalf. The orphans are to be properly provided for. Personal meeting is too much. I'll meet with them, no formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valancius dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve. Make arrangements for a meeting worthy of a rogue trader. I'll address the orphans with speech. Nah, I think a speech is too much, too impersonal. These are kids. I'll meet with them.
I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart.
Do this, sure. I eschew formality when I feel it is unnecessary, but several of my close allies are very keen on formality, so... The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Really? Indefatigable? You couldn't just say indomitable or unrelenting? You had to use the most complex word you could think of. Abelard. Hey, really? You trying to look cool in front of orphans? They're already orphan maxing. They're already cooler than you, dude. It's hardly the Scola progenium in here. We provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. She does not grow fatigued. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you. The one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House Von Valancius. You notice Infernus Master Heinrich Montag standing a few paces away from the orphans. He watches you with approval and bows respectfully when you meet his gaze. Infernus Master, do you serve as a teacher in your spare time? Not all, your lordship. Just looking out for them. It's the Infernus way to help folks in trouble. It's our job, after all. So we chip in rations here and there and make sure nobody gives them a hard time. Take the older ones into the clan's care if they want. Men in the guild are not our family by blood, but by circumstance. Let's see. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. Teenagers keep staring at you. Girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. Skinny, pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Friends and parents died and there are dozens for you noble lot and you just give us speeches." Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. Let's see. Let's see. Could address the chaperones. Their comportment leaves much to be desired. This audience is over. Punish the troublemaker, put the rest back in their bays. The audience is over. Okay, here's the thing. A ranking officer actively, like, saying I don't fulfill my position, yeah, we have to, you gotta kill him for that. A kid lashing out because his parents died and he's barely part of this ship at all. He's not part of the military. He didn't agree to that, like, level of shit. That's different. Like, I could ignore it and just keep talking. The hell was that? Oh, thank you for following, Boogeyman. LPF Boogeyman. I am Fish. Welcome in. You have things to say. Say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. Doesn't matter what we say. Won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. Keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. Let's see. I understand your grief. Heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship. I was there. I took command. No war can be won without losses. Strong have the power to decide the fate of others. The weak either obey or die. Punish the troublemaker. This audience. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. They gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. You heard the rogue traitor? His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. Yo! It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign, and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valanciens emblazoned on the wrappers. Appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Good job. Give the kids some snacks. Agenda rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. How we doing? We're doing okay. You know? I presume you're here because you're interested in this game. I've wanted to play this game since it came out. I got it at Christmas and I decided, ooh, I can stream it. That's the only time I'll find time with myself. And there's a member of the Adeptus Sororitas on crew who is automatically one of my favorites because I love the Adeptus Sororitas because I'm trash. I do really, I like I at least like the companions I've met so far. I don't just fucking hate them like you often do in games like this. With really bad, like, role-playing games where you just fucking hate one or two of your companions because they suck. No, Argenta's multi-layered. She's actually very compassionate with kids and the like. But, of course, she also suggested I walk through fire. But then I did, and it worked, so how crazy could that suggestion really have been?
Greetings.
Even in stillness, Sister Argenta radiates energy. With her dark eyes shining and a slight blush to her cheeks, she is reciting a prayer and looks at you only once she has spoken the final line. Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters.
We
fight
that's
against
for sure.
his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. We... I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words. More often than not with a bolter.
Ah. They are more or less the only ones who use bolters outside of the, the Space Marines. Because most people can't handle a goddamn bolter, even like the smaller ones. Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and
Vintage is back.
spirit.
Hey, welcome in.
Yes,
Well, welcome
there
back.
have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness. But do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her. For nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be
No more
cleansed of
TikToks for the
faults
US
and
now?
weakness.
Yeah, I mean... It's blatantly obvious why they actually banned it. It's because they're dumb. Hey, I don't understand the youth anymore. They're all young. That's genuinely the only reason they do crap like that.
Wearing nothing but robes,
Like, anyone with half
no
of their
armor,
sense was like, it's
eviscerator
obvious
in
that
hand.
this is not a security
Those
threat.
sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Orders Pronatus.
Ah.
The Order's mission is vital
I don't know that
and
much.
noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
The Order Pronatus is not one of the Orders Militant, yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army.
Yeah.
That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless.
Yeah, so, like, all of the Sisters of Battle can fight. The Orders Militant are just the ones who literally go out for military operations. Like, they're trained to lead troops, is the thing. But any given Sister of Battle could fuck up half the shit in the world.
Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity. Their dialogue with heretics is usually quite short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
Aunt asked you about it, you're like, official reason, security threat. Real reason, they're stupid. Yeah, that's correct. Names are really on the nose anyway. Yeah, they are the Sisters of Battle, the Adepta Sororita.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
You said you belonged to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parson Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Yeah, no, if like the Sisters of Battle were a yoga class, that'd be shocking. It's like, if it turned out the Adeptus Mechanicus were all Luddites, that'd be fucking weird. Any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas on the Cronus Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
Nah. No more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
I have one question, but it didn't appear, so... Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
Brother of Steel uses leather armor? Yeah, that is fucking weird. Like, they wear a jumpsuit and a leather hat. It's like, oh, when they put on their, well, the knights wear armor. Like, yeah, but most of them aren't knights. So most of them don't wear the power armor, so most of them aren't in steel. How'd you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the cultist attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that
Hey, what, next you're gonna tell me that the friggin' Dark Brotherhood all wear bright clothing and just, like, stand proselytizing in the middle of the square? Hey, what is all this shit?
I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, where crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I had barely recovered from my wounds when the cultists struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
This Thieves Guild is actually just a Salvation Army? Vintage, I don't know how I'm gonna tell you this, but the Salvation Army genuinely is a Thieves Guild. Or at least a Eugenics Guild. Go look up what the Salvation Army has actually done, the Thieves Guild will seem like nothing in comparison. They'll seem like goddamn saints. I will give you time to process that. Go check. What happened to the people who wounded you? Theodora's men eliminate them.
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious.
Okay.
And when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more. And it's bound to happen someday.
Is it difficult for you to accept that you made a mistake?
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
I understand. I've made mistakes before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this giant-ass fucking scar on my face. You think scars happen because you didn't make a mistake? No. Anyone who would willingly partner with Walmart is evil, Girl Scouts included? You're not wrong. You know what's hilarious? I actually was at, like, a Walmart the other day, and I saw, like, the Girl Scout cookies section. I was like, oh, so the Girl Scouts are dead to me now. It's like, that's defeating the entire purpose of the cookies if you're selling them at a goddamn Walmart. And the worst of it was, they didn't even have tag-alongs. It's like, you want to know where I get tag-alongs? I get them at the dollar store, and they can't call them tag-alongs. But they're tag-alongs, and no one can ever stop me again. $1.25 for what was like $30 from these little skirt wearers. Sell them at Dollar General? I think it was the... Yeah, actually, that is... Yeah, no, the... I think they're called chocolate-covered peanut butter fudge cookies. Like, they can't give them, like, a special name. Yeah, that's the ones I get. That is my go-to snack. Is those. Where'd this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
You could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above
They
our
can
heads
still
have
call them
cleared.
Thin Mints, though. No, they don't make you thin. And just because mint comes from a plant doesn't make it good for you either. That's interesting. They can still call them Thin Mints. I guess it's because thin, so long as it's not like Thin Mints. If they call it, like, thin, the word, and then mints. Like, they're calling them mints that are thin. That is too general to have been, like, what's the word? Like, trademarked or whatever. Like, if the way does not exist, then another time. It was like traveling on Theodora's ship.
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the
Thin, but
Medbay.
you seen thinner? Yeah, but you don't want it
I can't tell
too
you much
thin.
about
It's a
the first
cookie.
voyage.
You still want to
I
feel
was
the
more
cookie
focused
in your
on
goddamn
prayers
mouth.
and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself.
Yeah. Like, real talk, I'm like that in the car. I will even if I'm looking out the window and actually seeing everywhere I am, I won't know the route to get there, no matter how many times I've done it. Oreo Thins, you're like, no. Yeah, I never got Oreo Thins. I don't understand. It's like, oh, good, less Oreo. That's what I wanted from my Oreo?
During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to
Yeah, I want
ask
the
about my
goddamn
health.
jumbo ones.
He
That's
is
the
an
good
honorable
kind.
man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistic systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking
Double
about.
stuff? You
There
are
is no
absolutely
place for
correct,
Idira's
Quilla.
class among
Say
the
it
God
louder.
Emperor's faithful.
The
I'm
mini
surprised she
Reese's?
wasn't in league with the cultists.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I'm equally surprised by
Here's
how
the thing,
deep
mini
heresy and
Reese's...
treason run in this place.
The problem with mini Reese's is you
I'm
have to
glad
do
we all
like
made it
twice as
through
much
that
work to
dark hour.
unwrap them
May the day that follows
for
be
half as much Reese's. So it's like... It's like, just give me the full-sized ones and I'll just have like one. Good kind, double stuff. Yes, correct. In fact, fucking... There. This... The truth must be out there. Pin the comment. They do have a bag unwrapped. Yeah, but those always melt, is the problem. The Reese's are so meltable, especially where I live.
As you wish.
Thin Reese's also come unwrapped. See, thin Reese's make a little sense, because if you get them thin, they usually actually are still wide. As, like, thin Reese's aren't as bad. I have a triple stuffed kind? I think I've seen that before, but they don't sell them, like, frequently. Freeze them first? Peanut butter snacks, I can't freeze them. They get too hard. To be fair, Butterfingers are the worst about that. Have you ever frozen Butterfingers? You don't do it twice. Hey, that is eating a rock. Reese's is so much friggin' calories. Yeah. Reese's cereal is pretty good too. Because, I mean, it's literally just Cocoa Puffs, but half of them are peanut butter. So it's like, yeah, that works. Butterfingers are already, yeah, they're already so hard. So when you freeze them, it's like, And when I was in elementary school, they had to put an ice pack in my lunchbox, but they also gave me a Butterfinger at lunch, like my folks would for my packed lunch. And it would always be super hard, because my other thing was like a turkey and cheese sandwich. What is it that's keeping you in my retinue? That is,
Greetings. The ship was targeted by heretics, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary, but for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
Enjoy your company, Argenta. I hope you remain this crew and that this ship becomes your home.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
You didn't have a lunchbox, you had a free lunch? They never had free lunches where I live. You know what, actually, for the first few years, like 3 years I was in school, I actually went to private school, and their lunch was put into the tuition, and they just had like you just pick up stuff from the trays and just fill up your tray with whatever. And it's like, nah, just do it. And they had little, like, very small pan pizzas, and I'd get one of those every time. Like, super small pan. Or maybe it was just, maybe they only gave you a slice of a regular pan? Whatever. Senior year, you just started bringing your own because you could make your own? Yeah. If it was free. And then, like, I got to friggin' high school, and by then, school lunches that they provided, because they were forced to use all the healthy shit. Thanks, Michelle. Like, the first lady. Genuinely, anyone my age who went to, like, high school and did school lunches, they'll be like, wow, her school lunch initiative fucking ruined school lunches. Because by forcing them to use all the healthy ingredients and, like, guaranteeing all this crazy shit, that meant the food was like 10 times as expensive, and if they wanted to keep it in a student's budget, they couldn't give you goddamned anything. You're still bringing it in a Walmart bag. I mean, it's a bag. I had an actual lunchbox, but again, I also went to private school for 3 years. And actually a little longer. I did go to private schooling again during middle for a while. For most of my middle. High school, I was always public, and part of my middle and elementary was public too. Went to school one day to get lunch, and instead of those square pizzas and dry hamburgers, they had fucking granola and yogurt. Ugh. Obama became president when you were in first grade? I was a little older than that. I don't remember exactly how old. What year was it? 2008? It had to be 2008. So I would... Oh, vintage, you're young. Ugh. Not ugh. Or was it 2004? It was 2008. Yeah. So I would have been 10. 10 years on the surface for me. Ugh. Yogurt when you were at lunch, and the rogue at lunch, and the yogurt was froze. Kind of elementary school where once granola and yogurt. None of them, as a matter of fact. Because you were born in 02? Oh, you're a baby. You little baby. I'm usually the baby in most groups is the thing. Like, in Ruka's stream, I'm a baby is the thing. You're over 21? Yeah, but I'm 26, so you still feel so young. Yeah. Are you even over 8? You're over 21? Are you even over 18? Let's save. This went on even longer than I usually do my Saturday streams because we had the... Because, you know, we had the raid and all these people, and that's the end of the tutorial, honest and for truly. Excuse you while you chuck a beer in retaliation? Why would you? Beer is so gross. Ugh. But I'm gonna stop the recording for YouTube here, and this is gonna go up on YouTube, because I turned off fucking music. So if any reason I can't put these goddamn VODs up, I will find John C. Google and wring his neck. I'm gonna hate what your lunch was. Potted meat sandwich. What the okay, hang on. I have to stop the recording. I don't want YouTube to hear all this. I did my outro already. No, they need to hear. What the fuck is potted meat? We're back to anger mode. What the fuck is potted meat? You tell me that right now. We're not stopping the VOD until you say something. It's meat. Listen here, you little shit. You... Send a pic in the disc... Okay. Alright, fine. In a pot, you suppose? Yeah. Alright, thank you so much for Oracan. Also, to be fair, meat in a can isn't the worst thing. Because Spam, if you actually bother to cook the Spam and do shit with it like actual meat, Spam's fine. Anyway, stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't gotta thank you. Bye-bye, YouTube.